Phoenix Nights. Chapter 771. The night was slightly cold. It was already late at night. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the peak of a mountain. He looked at the bright moon and pondered about his Tao. Tao. It was very important. What was Tao? A simple explanation was one's own path. To comprehend the heavenly Tao, one had to find a suitable path in the heavenly Tao. The ancient emperors. Successful Tao validation. Only then could one break through the shackles of the God realm and become an emperor realm expert. But even more people failed in their own Tao. In the end, they died and disappeared in the long river of history. If ordinary cultivators didn't have the ambition to become an emperor, they naturally didn't have to establish their own Tao. If one cultivated according to the Tao of others, they might be able to become an expert. But this kind of person was destined to be unable to become a god or emperor. Lin Feng shouldered the heavy responsibility of finding his clansmen and rescuing his mother. He wanted to prove his Tao and become an emperor. Perhaps this was the only way to successfully find his clansmen and rescue his mother in the future. Therefore, comprehending his own Tao was too important for Lin Feng. Tao, what exactly is my Tao? Lin Feng muttered. The Archean dragonesque elephant art was the Tao of the Archean dragonesque elephant. The sky tyrant thunder art was the Tao of the Archean thunder god. And what Lin Feng needed was his own Tao. He wanted to make his Tao. He wanted to establish it as the core. And all the divine abilities that he cultivated. Whether it was the Archean dragonesque elephant art, the sky tyrant thunder art, or the 5 emperor dragon fists. They all revolved around his Tao. However, how difficult was it to comprehend the Tao? Even with Lin Feng's strong comprehension ability, he was still unable to comprehend it. The Tao originates from the heart. At this moment, a voice sounded. A middle-aged man walked over. Lin Feng looked over. It was actually the heaven-patching peak master, Yu Batian. He quickly stood up and bowed to Yu Batian. Sit down. Yu Batian smiled. Lin Feng knew that Yu Batian's body had a serious problem. It was not something that could be cured with medicinal stones. Therefore, Yu Batian left the Blue Cloud sect to travel around. It had been nearly 3 years since he left. Lin Feng felt happy from the bottom of his heart when he saw Yu Batian return. Senior, are you feeling better? Lin Feng asked. Yu Batian sat down opposite Lin Feng. He smiled and said, Don't worry, I've already recovered. That's really fortunate. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Ma Batian was like a close elder. He naturally hoped that Pai Batian could recover. You've become stronger very quickly, but you need to stabilize your cultivation. After pausing for a moment, Yu Batian continued. The path of cultivation is about progressing step by step. You need to be steady and steady. Only then can your foundation be firm. For example, if the foundation is not firm, then no matter how tall or grand the hall is, it will be nothing more than a fleeting cloud. It will be easy for it to collapse. It's the same with cultivation. If your foundation is not firm, then it will be difficult for you to achieve much. Yu Batian's words were obviously a reminder to Lin Feng. Now, he needed to stabilize his cultivation. He wasn't in a hurry to break through. I will remember, Lin Feng said solemnly. Mi Batian was like an elder, teaching him earnestly and attentively. Yu Batian then asked, Have you comprehended your own Tao? I'm slow-witted. Over the past few years, I've been trying to establish my own Tao, but I haven't made any progress. Lin Feng said. You're not slow-witted. You're just too stubborn. Yu Batian then asked, Why are you cultivating the Tao? Lin Feng said, I have responsibilities. I have my family's revenge. I need to find my kidnapped family members and rescue my mother. The Tao revolves around the self. This is your Tao, and cultivators call it the Tao self. Once a cultivator creates the Tao self, all of their cultivation revolves around the Tao self. The reason you haven't been able to create your own Tao is because you're not cultivating for yourself, but for others. But if you're cultivating for yourself and abandon your family, friends, and loved ones, then so what if you're invincible? In the end, you'll still be alone. Lin Feng said. Yu Butian smiled. That's the difference between the Tao Self and the Tao Self. You're cultivating because you have too many responsibilities. That's why you can't form your own Tao. Now, what you need to do is to distinguish the Tao Self from the Tao Self. Lin Feng mulled over Yu Butian's words. Yu Butian continued. Between the heavens and the earth, all living things have different experiences. That's what I means. I represent all the living things in the universe, and of course, I also represent you. The Tao is the great Tao of the heavens and the earth. The Tao I is the Tao you must walk. As for the Tao Self, that's what you need to do. You have to form the Tao Self and continue to strengthen your cultivation. Only then can you fulfill your Tao Self. Lin Feng sat in place, lost in thought. He was trying to comprehend Yu Butian's words. Your Tao Self is to find your family members, rescue your mother, and return to the East Province to avenge your family. This is the motivation for your cultivation, but it's not the Tao. The real Tao revolves around me. I understand now, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He vaguely began to understand what the Tao Self was. What was the Tao Self's responsibility? Lin Feng closed his eyes. He carefully sensed the enlightenment in his heart. Tao, what kind of Tao should I form? Form the Tao Self, walk your own Tao, and make yourself stronger and stronger. Who is the peak at the end of the God's path? Since I want to establish a Tao, I should establish the strongest Tao. I will stand at the top and look down on others. On the God's path, I am the sovereign. I will form the sovereign's Tao. Lin Feng's will grew stronger and stronger. His understanding of the Tao Self was also becoming more and more thorough. In Lin Feng's dantian, a mysterious path seemed to have appeared. In the endless darkness, that small path emitted a faint light. That was Lin Feng's Tao Self. Following the path, no one knew where he would end up. Perhaps it was a cliff. Perhaps it was a great Tao. Following this great Tao, he would become a god. Becoming a great emperor. The sovereign's Tao. Lin Feng muttered. He used the sovereign's Tao to condense his own divine ability. Any kind of Tao Self could form its own divine ability. Just like the Archean dragonesque elephant technique created by the Archean dragonesque elephant. In Lin Feng's dantian, a faint shadow was about to condense. It seemed to be the shadow of a fist. When the shadow of the fist appeared. In Lin Feng's dantian, the Archean dragonesque elephant shadow, the thunder god's shadow, the five emperors' shadow, the true dragon emperor's shadow. They all had their own Tao. The sovereign's Tao. But now, these phantoms were surrounding the illusory fist. The shadow of the fist turned into Lin Feng's appearance. Lin Feng's shadow sat cross-legged. And the Archean dragonesque elephant shadow, the thunder god's shadow, the five emperors' shadow, the true dragon emperor's shadow, and so on all surrounded Lin Feng's shadow. The Tao Self. With me as the sovereign. All divine abilities would revolve around the Tao Self. Just like the scene that appeared in Lin Feng's dantian. The Archean dragonesque elephant's secret art evolved into the Archean dragonesque elephant shadow, the sky tyrant thunder's secret art evolved into the thunder god's shadow, the five emperors' dragon fist evolved into the five emperors' shadow, the true dragon emperor's shadow. And these great existences were now revolving around the Tao Self that Lin Feng had created. The sovereign's Tao. Lin Feng had finally created his own Tao. Only by establishing his own Tao would he have the possibility of peaking at the gods or even the great emperors in the future. And now, Lin Feng finally had such qualifications. But in the future, whether Lin Feng could become a god or not, he might even become a supreme great emperor. It would depend on his future opportunities and fortune. Chapter 772. The Inner Court competition, which was held once every 3 years, was about to begin in 10 days. The registration for the Inner Court had already begun. There were tens of thousands of Inner Court disciples, but not all of them would participate in the Inner Court competition. According to past experience, there were close to 10,000 disciples participating in each competition. These disciples were the more outstanding ones in the inner court. Many wanted to amaze the world with a single feat during the inner court competition and attract the attention of the higher-ups. If they caught the eye of an important person and were accepted as a disciple, then they would have a meteoric rise. One after another, many disciples began to register. Tian Zhongdao did not return. It seemed that he did not plan to participate in the inner court competition. Time to register. The old drunkard came to Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. You want to participate too? Can your old arms and legs do it? The old drunkard immediately said gloomily. What are you talking about? I'm in the prime of my youth. Lin Feng quickly left the room. The old drunkard was definitely the shameless type when it came to boasting. The square in front of the inner disciple palace was filled with a sea of people. Inner disciples were everywhere. There were 10 registration points set up in the plaza. Swoosh! In the distance, a celestial light flew over. Within the celestial light was a woman wearing snow-white clothes and an otherworldly aura. She was like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. It's the Saintess Tianxianer! Many disciples exclaimed. This is one of the top 10 beauties of the Blue Cloud sect, Tianxianer. She really is beautiful, the old drunkard said with an intoxicated expression. Among the top 10 beauties, Tianxianer's cultivation was the highest, so her status in the sect was also the most extraordinary. The other 9 beauties were far inferior to Tianxianer. Perhaps those beauties did not lose to Tianxianer in terms of beauty. However, in the world of cultivators, beauty was not the only thing that mattered. No matter how beautiful one was, if one's strength was not enough, one was just a flower vase. Tianxianer was not only beautiful, but also terrifyingly strong. Thus, Tianxianer was ranked first among the top 10 beauties of the Blue Cloud sect. She was beautiful. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. One could only look at her from afar and not approach her to avoid profaning her otherworldly temperament. The Blue Cloud sect has a total of 7 holy sons and holy daughters. These holy sons and holy daughters are lofty existences. Why is Tianxianer here today? Some disciples were puzzled. Saints and saintesses had the highest status among the disciples. Take another step forward. He was the vice sect leader. The vice sect masters of the Blue Cloud sect were all promoted from among the saints and saintesses. The vice sect master was going to inherit the throne in the future, even if he couldn't become the sect leader of the Blue Cloud sect. It was also possible for him to become the peak master of the 12 peaks of Qingyun. Therefore, in the future, Tianxianer was very likely to be a strong contender for the position of sect master of the Blue Cloud sect. Tianxianer was naturally very powerful. It was said that she had already begun to comprehend the power of laws. Her realm had already left the yin-yang realm, but she had yet to enter the creation realm. He was only one step away. Then, he could become an expert of the creation realm. Perhaps she's choosing some talented disciples for her celestial peak. After all, Tianxianer is going to compete for the position of sect master in the future. She needs to nurture her own faction. The inner court tournament is a good opportunity for her to choose disciples, a disciple said. At that moment, a golden light flew over from afar. Within the golden light was a man in golden clothes. Saint Metal Elemental Tao! Many people exclaimed again. This person was also one of the 7 holy sons and saintesses. He had a noble status. Junior brother and junior sister, since you're rushing back to the sect, it seems like you're going to choose some outstanding disciples to fill the positions of Celestial Peak and Elemental Tao Peak during the inner court tournament. At that moment, a chuckle was heard. A man in green clothes walked over. Luo Shitian! Many people exclaimed. Luo Shitian was very powerful among the 7 holy sons and saintesses of the Blue Cloud sect. It was said that he could be ranked in the top 3. Moreover, he had a close relationship with the eldest senior brother, Huang Fuqin Tian. As for Huang Fuqin Tian, since he could become the eldest senior brother of the Blue Cloud sect, it was obvious how powerful he was. His cultivation base, Gongshun Creation Realm. It was rumored that he had reached the creation realm. Soon after, the sect was going to make Huang Fuqing the vice sect master. Once he became the vice sect master, his status would change. Tian Xian'er and Metal Elemental Dao glanced at Luo Xingtian. It was obvious that they didn't have a good relationship with Luo Xingtian. However, they were both holy sons and saintesses of the sect. On the surface, they were still polite to each other. It seems like senior brother Luo has the same plan? Tian Xian'er squinted her beautiful red phoenix eyes and said, "This is an opportunity that we can't miss. Junior sister Tian, junior brother Metal, let's go meet the Grand Elder," Luo Xingtian said. These yin-yang realm core disciples were qualified to choose some disciples to take on various positions in their respective peaks. However, they had to file a record with the Grand Elder, Gui Yan, in advance. Tian Xian'er and Metal Elemental Dao nodded. Then, the three of them entered the inner courts hall. Only then did the countless disciples withdraw their gazes. These three people have surpassed the yin-yang realm, but they haven't entered the creation realm. I wonder what will happen if I face them now. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Let's go and register, Old Drunkard said. Lin Feng came back to his senses and looked for a group with the Old Drunkard. After lining up for an hour, they filled in their information. Lin Feng and Old Drunkard left together. Humph. Suddenly, a sneer was heard. More than a dozen cultivators blocked Lin Feng and Old Drunkard's path. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It was Lu Mingyan, Sun Zizhou, and the others. Lu Mingyan and Sun Zizhou looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. The Nether Demon Shark's origin has improved your cultivation by a lot, right? Lu Mingyan sneered. Lin Feng's cultivation had improved greatly. He had cultivated an aura concealment technique, concealing his true cultivation base. Ordinary people would find it difficult to detect Lin Feng's cultivation. This technique was very common in the world of cultivators. Many people like to cultivate this technique to hide their true cultivation realm. However, although she couldn't sense Lin Feng's cultivation realm, Lu Mingyan could sense that Lin Feng was much stronger than before. Lin Feng nodded and said, "It's indeed quite useful." Lu Mingyan and Sun Zizhou's expressions turned ugly when they heard Lin Feng's affirmative answer. Sun Zizhou said with a fake smile, "It seems that you're very confident in this grand competition. However, there will be many experts in the grand competition. Junior brother Lin, you should be more careful." Ever since Lin Feng had refused to become Huang Fuqingtian's sacrificial soldier, Sun Zizhou had been hostile towards Lin Feng. Back then, when he tricked Lin Feng into handing over the source of the Nether Demon Shark and the others to protect Lin Feng's safety, Lin Feng knew that this person not only wanted to obtain the source of the Nether Demon Shark, but also wanted to kill him to obtain the rest of the treasures. However, Lin Feng did not fall for it. In the end, he relied on Sikong Jiayue's ancestral treasure, the Divine Shield, to block the attacks of hundreds of cultivators. He left with Sikong Jiayue. At this time, Sun Zizhou viewed Lin Feng as a character that must be eliminated. "Senior brother Sun, you should worry about yourself," Lin Feng replied indifferently. Sun Zizhou laughed sinisterly, and did not say anything else. Instead, he looked at Lin Feng meaningfully. "Let's go." Lu Mingyan also looked deeply at Lin Feng before leaving with Sun Zizhou and the others. The Old Drunkard said, "Isn't that woman the manager of the Green Sky Peak? The Green Sky Peak has a lot of power. They might tamper with the lots during the grand competition. You have to be careful. They're just a bunch of clowns." Lin Feng curled his lips and left with the Old Drunkard without stopping. Dong dong dong, 10 days later. 3 bells rang out. Countless people rushed towards the Inner Disciples Mountain Plaza. This was because the Inner Court Grand Competition was held once every 3 years. Chapter 773. Open the Void Arena! Grand Elder Guiyan's voice echoed in the square. Rumble. A loud explosion shook the sky. Huge arenas soared into the sky and floated in the air. These were the void arenas formed by a large array. There were more than 100 of these arenas. Grand Elder Guiyan, many other Grand Elders, and more than a dozen Yin-Yang Realm Core disciples arrived. They all came to the void arena. The most eye-catching core disciples were Sacred Son Metal Elemental Dao, Luo Xingtian, and Sacred Daughter Tian Xiener. Other than them, there were also Li Jian Shao, Han Yasi, and the others. They were also here to watch the competition. Perhaps they wanted to pick some talented disciples after the competition to enter their own mountains and nurture their own forces. The competition will be conducted in the first round. If you advance to the second round, you'll get 1 point. If you advance to the third round, you'll get 2 points. If you advance to the fourth round, you'll get 4 points. Every time you advance, you'll get double the points. If you enter the top 100, you'll get Supreme Grade Spirit Stones as a reward. If you enter the top 10, you'll get even better rewards. The first place reward includes 6 months of cultivation in the small world, 30,000 spirit stones, 1 yin-yang nature pill, 1 spirit cleansing pill, 1 soul cleansing pill, and 2 primordial divine powers of your choice. As for the other rewards, you can take out your identity token to check. You've already received your information. Many disciples hurriedly checked their identity tokens. Voices of discussion could be heard everywhere in the square. The first place reward is much better than the rumors. Lin Feng was shocked. Why is the first place reward so good this time? There are 20,000 more Supreme Grade Spirit Stones, 1 Spirit Cleansing Pill, 1 Soul Cleansing Pill, and 2 Primordial Divine Powers. Many disciples were confused. Supreme Grade Spirit Stones were extremely rare. They were extremely precious. The first place reward was 30,000 Supreme Grade Spirit Stones. This was a huge sum of money. Other than the Supreme Grade Spirit Stones, the most precious items were the Spirit Cleansing Pill and Soul Cleansing Pill. These 2 pills were both Heaven Grade pills. Their recipes were lost. They were much more valuable than the Yin-Yang Nature Pill. The Spirit Cleansing Pill could cleanse magic power. It could cleanse the impurities in magic power. It could make magic power purer. The Soul Cleansing Pill cleansed the soul, washing out the impurities in the soul. These 2 types of pills were too precious. They cleansed the cultivator's magic power and soul, which was equivalent to directly increasing the user's talent. I heard that Lu Mengyan has already been chosen as the champion, which is why the rewards are so generous. A disciple whispered. What? There's such a thing? Many people were shocked. Of course. How capable is eldest senior brother Huangfu Qingtian? Lu Mengyan is going to participate too. She's Huangfu Qingtian's favorite. It's said that she'll become Huangfu Qingtian's woman in the future. It's not unbelievable that Huangfu Qingtian decided to take first place. Many disciples were discussing in low voices. Lin Feng also heard the discussions of the surrounding disciples. He couldn't help but frown. Previously he was still puzzled. Why were the rewards this year so generous? It turned out to be because of Huangfu Qingtian. It seemed that these disciples were right. Huangfu Qingtian could cover the sky with one hand. Let the first round begin, Grand Elder Guiyan said in a deep voice. Next, the restriction on the arena was activated. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of light shot out and enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body rose into the air. In the next moment, he landed on an arena. Except for Lin Feng, there was another disciple who landed on the arena. This disciple was an 8th level martial king. Whoosh! That disciple landed on the ground. His body looked like a gigantic dragon as he moved towards Lin Feng. Sea dragon goes to sea. The disciple roared and pounced toward Lin Feng. Good timing. Lin Feng roared and struck with his palm. With the goshawk captures the dragon, his right hand grabbed the attacking disciple like an eagle's claw. Crack! The disciple's wrist was grabbed by Lin Feng, and he could no longer struggle. I lost, the disciple said helplessly. Thank you? Lin Feng cupped his fists. Next, groups of disciples went on the arena. Qin Yao, the old drunkard, Shi Wei Zhu, Wang Hu, and the others went on the arena one after another and advanced easily. In an arena, Sun Zizhou sent the disciple who was fighting with him flying with a palm. Crack, crack! The disciple had a few broken bones. Sun Zizhou came in front of the disciple and kicked him. Crack, crack. Another 4 or 5 bones were broken. The disciple was kicked out of the arena. What a ruthless method! Many people gasped in shock. The intersect grand competition stopped after a certain point. But there was no rule that said not to be heavy-handed. Therefore, there was no lack of disciples who were ruthless. These people often came from extraordinary backgrounds, so they had no scruples when they attacked. Sun Zizhou was a disciple of the Green Sky Peak. He was the disciple of Huangfu Qingtian. Sun Zizhou naturally had no scruples. In another arena, a disciple named Zhang Hai beat the disciple who was fighting with him until he vomited blood. The disciple fell to the ground and twitched. In many arenas, one battle after another took place. Next, Lin Feng was singing a song of triumph. He defeated one opponent after another. At the Green Sky Peak, Lu Mengyan was surrounded and protected by a group of disciples. Her cold gaze swept towards Lin Feng, who had just defeated his opponent, and came down from the arena. This kid has already made it to the top 400. It seems that it's very likely that he will enter the top 100. Sun Zizhou's eyes flashed coldly. His killing intent towards Lin Feng was very strong, and he did not hide it at all. Zhang Hai said, "I'm willing to share your worries." Sun Zizhou smiled and said, "With Junior Zheng's strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with that kid. Don't be careless. Lin Feng displayed extraordinary battle strength in the overseas world. I'm afraid that he has a powerful treasure on him," Lu Mengyan said. She took out a jade talisman and handed it to Zhang Hai, saying, "This is the Heaven and Earth Origin Jade Talisman. After activating it, your battle strength will greatly increase for a short period of time. Just in case, Senior Zhang, take this jade talisman." "Thank you, Junior Lu." Zhang Hai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly accepted the jade talisman. This jade talisman was personally refined by Huangfu Qingtian, and Lu Mengyan had given it to him. Obviously, it was a gift to him. Lu Mengyan looked at Sun Zizhou and said, "Senior Sun, go and meet Elder Lu Mingtsang. In the next round, ask Elder Lu Mingtsang to put Senior Zhang Hai and Lin Feng together." "Okay, I'll go now." Chapter 774. The competition for the top 200 will begin in 10 minutes. Disciples who are going to participate in the competition, get ready! Grand Elder Guiyen shouted in a deep voice. The void arenas disappeared one by one. In the end, there were only 11 void arenas left. Apart from the main arena, there were a total of 10 void arenas for the competition. Next, the 10 void arenas would become the focus of everyone's attention. The elimination competition for the top 200 from the top 400 officially begins. Grand Elder Guiyen shouted in a deep voice. Whoosh! Whoosh! Beams of light flew out and swept the disciples into the arenas. The old drunkard and Wang Hu both landed on the arenas. A great battle ensued. The old drunkard won by a hair's breadth. Wang Hu, on the other hand, was defeated. The old drunkard advanced. Wang Hu was eliminated. However, Wang Hu was very satisfied with being able to enter the top 400. Although he lost, he didn't look upset. The group battles began. Soon, Qin Yao and Shi Weizhu also went on stage. Their battle attracted everyone's attention. Qin Yao was one of the top 10 beauties in the inner courtyard. She was a goddess in the inner courtyard. Therefore, it was normal for her to attract a lot of attention. Shi Weizhu's beauty wasn't any worse than Qin Yao's. Shi Weizhu was also a top-grade beauty. In addition, Lin Feng had already taken Shi Weizhu's virginity. Compared to Qin Yao, Shi Weizhu was a little more charming. There were 10 battles in each group. 2 top-grade beauties appeared. Many disciples were excited to talk about them. Qin Yao, my goddess, many people pursue Qin Yao, but no one has ever succeeded. If I can get Qin Yao, it'll be worth it even if I die. Forget it. Qin Yao is a genius. If you're not a core disciple in the yin-yang realm, you won't be able to enter her eyes. If you want to pursue Qin Yao, you'll have to at least reach the yin-yang realm first. What's that female disciple's name? Skin of ice and jade, a celestial beauty, a peerless face, and a charming charm. When did such a peerless beauty appear in the inner court? I think she's called Shuweizhu. She joined the inner courtyard 2 years ago. She's always kept a low profile, so she's not very famous in the inner courtyard. However, it's said that she's very strong. Now that she's ranked in the top 400, she's naturally powerful. She should be able to rank among the top 10 beauties of the inner court, right? If there's a new ranking of beauties, I think Shuweizhu should be in the top 10. Many disciples looked at Qin Yao and Shuweizhu with burning gazes. As for the duels in the other 8 arenas, they were all ignored by these disciples. Even the upper echelons of the sect, the core disciples of the Yin-Yang realm, the 3 holy sons, and the holy daughters on the main arena couldn't do anything. Their gazes also landed on the stage where Qin Yao and Shuweizhu were. He liked to look at beautiful people. This was human nature. Qin Yao and Shuweizhu were both first-rate beauties. Naturally, it would attract the attention of countless people. Shuweizhu isn't bad. Luo Xingtian narrowed his eyes as he stared at Shuweizhu's alluring figure. A look of lust flashed across his eyes. The other core disciples frowned slightly. These core disciples also took a fancy to Shuweizhu. But now that Luo Xingtian had taken a liking to Shuweizhu, they naturally didn't have the guts to compete with Luo Xingtian. Any woman that Luo Xingtian took a fancy to would be his in the end. It's a pity that this beauty is going to become Luo Xingtian's woman. The core disciples shook their heads slightly. 2 duels. Qin Yao defeated her opponent rather easily. Shuweizhu had a hard battle before she defeated her opponent. After this round of duels, the next round of 10 duels began. It seems that your cultivation has improved a lot during this time. Lin Feng smiled at Shuweizhu. Lin Feng hadn't been in the sect for a long time. After he came back, he practiced the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists. Therefore, he didn't know much about Shuweizhu's current situation. Shuweizhu couldn't help but snort, as if she was unhappy that Lin Feng had neglected her. I'll come find you tonight, Lin Feng said in a low voice. Shuweizhu's pretty face immediately turned red. She naturally knew why Lin Feng wanted to come. She thought of the past when she had sex with Lin Feng. She had been tortured by Lin Feng, but she felt as if she had flown up into the clouds again and again. Shuweizhu only felt her legs go soft. Who is that boy? In the main arena, Luo Xingtian looked coldly at Lin Feng. He was determined to get Shuweizhu. Therefore, he saw Lin Feng and Shuweizhu talking with their heads lowered. Shuweizhu blushed shyly and couldn't help but feel jealous. Hanyasi said, That disciple is called Lin Feng, and he's a new genius in the inner courtyard. He's not simple, and I've seen him in the ruins of God. He's just an inner courtyard disciple, Luo Xingtian said disdainfully. He was about to break through to the creation realm. Therefore, he naturally didn't take Lin Feng seriously. In his eyes, Lin Feng was just a nobody. It seems like Shuweizhu has a close relationship with that disciple called Lin Feng. Brother Luo's plan to get Shuweizhu to join the Holy Sky Peak will have to be shelved, Metal Elemental Dao said. Metal Elemental Dao said plainly. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Metal Elemental Dao and Luo Xingtian had joined the inner courtyard at the same time, so they had always been fighting. Naturally, their relationship wasn't harmonious. I, Luo Xingtian, have never failed in anything I set my mind to, Luo Xingtian sneered. Tianxianer said. A disciple has the right to choose whether to join a core disciple, a holy son, or a holy maiden. If they refuse, you can't force them. Luo Xingtian sneered and said, I have my ways to make sure Shuweizhu obediently come to my holy sky peak. Just watch. Tianxianer, Metal Elemental Dao, and the others didn't say anything. Luo Xingtian kept looking at Lin Feng and Shuweizhu. His eyes flickered with a cold light. The competition for the top 200 from the top 400 was carried out one by one. A new group began. Whoosh! A ray of light swept over and wrapped around Lin Feng. It's my turn. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. In the next moment, He had already landed on the arena. Zhang Hai landed on the arena at the same time. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw Zhang Hai. He had paid attention to this person before. He had comprehended a spirit. Therefore, Zhang Hai was very powerful. Although he hadn't broken through to the yin-yang realm. Ordinary cultivators at the first or second level of the yin-yang realm wouldn't be his match. Furthermore, that man was extremely vicious and merciless in his attacks. All of the people that had fought against him had been seriously injured. Brother Zhang Hai has comprehended a spirit. Now that you have the heaven and earth origin jade talisman, that brat is definitely not Brother Zhang Hai's match. I've already told Brother Zhang Hai to find a chance to cripple Lin Feng when the time comes. Sun Zizhou said sinisterly. Lu Mengyan smiled and said, Then let's wait and watch the show. Sun Zizhou nodded. Their gazes were fixed on the arena. Chapter 775. On the battle stage, Lin Feng and Zhang Hai were separated by a dozen meters. They saw that it was a battle between Lin Feng and Zhang Hai. Many people were astonished. Lin Feng was a rising genius in the inner courtyard of the Blue Cloud sect. Zhang Hai was a strong cultivator in the inner courtyard and a disciple of the Blue Sky Peak. It was said that in the ruins of gods, Zhang Hai had comprehended a spirit. Once a cultivator comprehended a spirit, their cultivation would rise to an astonishing level. Therefore, this battle attracted a lot of attention. I heard that Lin Feng isn't simple. They went to the ancient man mining area to train and encountered a group of demons. Lin Feng even killed an earth demon of the yin-yang layer. He's that strong? That was a year ago, wasn't it? He was able to kill an earth demon of the yin-yang layer back then. How strong is he now? Don't listen to the rumors. He only killed the flying Azura. He wasn't an earth demon of the yin-yang layer. But Lin Feng fought against Yu Buiyun of the yin-yang layer in the northern wasteland city and didn't lose. Isn't that a rumor? I've heard about that too, but Yu Buiyun is just an ordinary yin-yang layer cultivator. He hasn't comprehended a spirit. Many martial kings who have comprehended a spirit can defeat Yu Buiyun. Lin Feng withstood a few of Yu Buiyun's attacks. I think Zhang Hai is terrifying. If the rumors are true and Zhang Hai has comprehended a spirit, then Lin Feng will definitely lose. That rumor is probably true. A few days ago, Zhang Hai went to the main peak of the Blue Cloud sect to see the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect. They probably wanted to ask him about comprehending a spirit. What? Is that true? If that's the case, then it seems that Zhang Hai really has comprehended a spirit. Doesn't that mean that Lin Feng will definitely lose? Many people started talking about it. When they heard that Zhang Hai had comprehended a spirit, the cultivators who thought that Lin Feng would win all gave up on Lin Feng. A cultivator who had comprehended a spirit. He was too strong. Boom. In the arena, Zhang Hai had already made his move. He stepped forward, and with every step he took, the aura in his body grew stronger. Berserk God-splitting fist. Zhang Hai bellowed. He was indescribably arrogant. The aura in his body was violent and crazy, as if it could destroy everything. That violent aura made many people's expressions change. Even the higher-ups in the main arena looked over. What a powerful berserk chi. Zhang Hai's talent is not bad. He's already mastered the berserk God-splitting fist. One of the sect elders nodded in admiration. Rumor has it that Zhang Hai has comprehended spirit. Is that true? Another elder said. Everyone turned to look at Great Elder Guiyen. As one of the 36 Grand Elders of the sect, Grand Elder Guiyen obviously knew more inside information than ordinary elders like them. That's right, he comprehended spirit. Grand Elder Guiyen nodded. A series of gasps could be heard. Many of the elders in the main arena looked at Zhang Hai with envy. Even though they were in the yin-yang realm, they had not comprehended spirit. Zhang Hai, on the other hand, was a martial king, yet he had comprehended spirit. His talent was really amazing, said an elder. If that's the case, doesn't that mean there's no suspense in this battle? Another elder nodded and said, "That's right. Lin Feng's defeat is obvious. Now, we have to pay attention to how many moves Lin Feng can take from Zhang Hai." Grand Elder Guiyen frowned slightly. He was more familiar with Lin Feng. Even he was familiar with Zhang Hai. He felt that he could not see through Lin Feng. Therefore, even though he knew that Zhang Hai had comprehended spirit, Grand Elder Guiyen still felt that Lin Feng had a higher chance of defeating Zhang Hai in this battle. Even though this thought was somewhat unrealistic. At that moment, Zhang Hai was already in front of Lin Feng. Zhang Hai's attack was ruthless, directly attacking Lin Feng's dantian. The dantian was a cultivator's Achilles heel. It was also a cultivator's weakest point. Once the dantian was broken, then, this person would be crippled. When everyone saw that Zhang Hai was attacking Lin Feng's dantian, many people's expressions suddenly changed. Does Zhang Hai have a grudge against Lin Feng? Why is he attacking Lin Feng's dantian? He wants to cripple Lin Feng? I've never heard of any grudges between them. Many disciples were puzzled. Qin Yao, Shi Wei Zhu, and the others' expressions suddenly changed. They looked at Lin Feng worriedly. They had also heard that Zhang Hai had comprehended spirit. Naturally, they were worried that Lin Feng would suffer a great loss at Zhang Hai's hands. The old drunkard looked at the battle in the arena with a calm expression, as if he was not worried at all. This Zhang Hai wants to cripple Lin Feng? Immediately, an elder's face darkened and said, "How can you be so heavy-handed in the sect's great competition? This duel must be stopped." At this time, Lu Mingtsang said with a fake smile, "Elder Wang, the sect's great competition did not say that you can't be heavy-handed. Cultivators should be courageous and fearless. In a duel between cultivators there are all kinds of dangers. If you are afraid, you should withdraw early. Why participate? Since you are participating in the great competition, you have to be prepared. Even if there are accidents, it is fate. We cannot interfere with things that are destined." Lu Mingtsang was the nephew of the fifth elder of the Qingyang sect, Lu Qinshan. Lu Qinshan had once told Lu Mingtsang to find an opportunity to get rid of Lin Feng. However, Lu Mingtsang had been waiting for an opportunity. If Zhang Hai could help him cripple Lin Feng today, that would be the best. As an elder of the Blue Cloud sect, wasn't it easy for him to deal with a cripple? Nonsense! Elder Wang coldly retorted. Even if I'm talking nonsense, it's too late now. Lu Mingtsang sneered. Because at this moment, Zhang Hai's attack was about to hit Lin Feng's body. Elder Wang's face suddenly became gloomy. You want to cripple me? Lin Feng's eyes darkened slightly. He did not know this Zhang Hai, but Zhang Hai wanted to cripple him. Lin Feng thought of Lu Mingyan and Sun Zizhou on the Qintian Peak. You're courting death. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stepped forward and slashed out with a sword qi. The sword qi instantly tore through Zhang Hai's protective aura. Zhang Hai's face changed greatly. He did not expect Lin Feng's attack to be so powerful. Vajra Spirit! Zhang Hai coldly shouted. He summoned his spirit. Once Zhang Hai's Vajra Spirit was used, it could form the most powerful Vajra body. Buddhism had Vajra protectors. Vajra protectors had infinite strength, astonishing defense, and invulnerable. After Zhang Hai used the Vajra Spirit, his body instantly turned golden, and his entire body swelled 3 or 4 times. Under the effect of the Vajra Spirit, Zhang Hai's body turned into a Buddhist Vajra protector. Invulnerable. Invulnerable. Furthermore, his strength had increased by 1-fold. Oh my God, what a powerful spirit! It actually transformed itself into a Buddhist Vajra protector. Now, Zhang Hai is invulnerable, and weapons can't hurt him. This is too terrifying. With just this move, he is invincible. Lin Feng is probably going to be crushed by Zhang Hai. Many cultivators cried out in shock when they saw Zhang Hai use the Vajra spirit to transform his body into a Buddhist Vajra protector. Zhang Hai was even more proud. Kid, you want to hurt me with a mere sword qi? You're overestimating yourself. But just as Zhang Hai finished speaking, Lin Feng's sword qi instantly tore Zhang Hai's body apart. Puff. The sword chi pierced through Zhang Hai's dantian. Zhang Hai's entire body was sent flying. With a plop, Zhang Hai fell to the ground. His dantian was crippled, and his true chi dissipated. You crippled me! Zhang Hai roared in disbelief. He couldn't accept it. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. His white robe fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like stars. He glanced at Zhang Hai coldly, and then rushed down the arena. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock. He crippled Zhang Hai, who had comprehended the spirit. His cultivation was too strong, wasn't it? Lin Feng descended from the sky. His white robe was as white as snow, and his temperament was ethereal, like a god descending to the mortal world. At this moment, many male disciples were shocked. Chapter 776. How dare you act so viciously in a sect competition? Someone shouted angrily. Lu Mingcang looked coldly at Lin Feng and shouted, You're acting like a demon! Many people's expressions changed. If Lin Feng was accused of being a demon cultivator, it would be troublesome. A demon would be hunted down by a righteous cultivator. There would be no place for Lin Feng in the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Mingcang indifferently. What is righteous? What is a demon? Killing fellow disciples is a demon. Lu Mingcang sneered. Lin Feng looked coldly at Lu Mingcang and said, How laughable! Let me ask you, when Zhang Hai wanted to destroy my dantian, why didn't you jump out and call him a demon? In a battle between sects, fists and kicks are blind, and everyone is responsible for their own deaths. Zhang Hai had bad intentions towards me, but he didn't have the strength to do so. He deserved to be crippled. Moreover, you, Lu Mingcang, are just an ordinary sect elder. Now, the inner court grand elder hasn't even said anything, and you've already overstepped your authority. Are you trying to replace him? Lin Feng's words were harsh. Lu Mingcang's expression changed drastically. His actions had indeed gone beyond the bounds of an elder's duty. Elder Lu, why aren't you leaving? Grand Elder Guiyan, who had been silent all this time, shouted. Grand Elder Guiyan was a good-tempered person. However, that didn't mean that he could tolerate Lu Mingcang's unruly behavior. He hadn't even said anything yet. Lu Mingcang had already begun to question Lin Feng. Was he treating him like thin air? Thinking of this, Grand Elder Guiyan's heart was filled with hatred. Yes. Seeing Grand Elder Guiyan's anger, Lu Mingcang's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to refute and quickly retreated. What a clown! Lin Feng curled his lips. He didn't lower his voice. Everyone heard Lin Feng's mockery of Lu Mingcang. Lu Mingcang's originally unsightly expression immediately darkened. A disciple actually dared to mock him? Wasn't this a slap to Lu Mingcang's face? Lu Mingcang's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Lin Feng. However, he immediately retracted his gaze and hid the killing intent in his heart. Many people were talking about how Lin Feng had just disabled Zhang Hai and mocked Lu Mingcang. They didn't even pay attention to the battle taking place in the arena. That Lin Feng is really audacious, sighed Lin Feng. Tian Xiener said in surprise. Metal Elemental Dao looked at Lin Feng with a thoughtful expression and said, I have a feeling that this person is not simple. Yes. Tian Xiener also nodded and couldn't help but look at Lin Feng a few more times. She even felt that Lin Feng would become the biggest dark horse in this year's Inner Courtyard Grand Competition. It would be interesting if Lin Feng made it to the finals. Tian Xiener had heard that the first place of this year's large competition had already been decided by Lu Mingyan. If Lin Feng entered the finals, it would be hard to say who would take first place. After the top 200 were decided, it was time for the competition to advance from 200 to 100. Groups of disciples went up to the arena to fight. Lin Feng and Qin Yao advanced quite easily. Shi Wei Zhu, on the other hand, went through a tough battle and advanced with great difficulty. As for the old drunkard, he had disappeared without a trace. Where did that guy go? Lin Feng was speechless. The old drunkard was quite unreliable. Since the old drunkard didn't appear, his opponent advanced directly. After resting for half an hour, Yuzichin finally came back to his senses. The battles for the top 50 from the top 100 began. Only 2 of the 10 arenas were left. The battles for the top 50 from the top 100 were carried out in 2 groups. This time, Qin Yao drew a disciple who was ranked 11th in the inner courtyard. This was a tough battle. This battle went on for more than 300 rounds. Both of them repeatedly used all kinds of killing moves. Danger surrounded them. The Blue Cloud sect's upper echelons and disciples were also very satisfied with the battle. It was originally a battle between the seeded contestants. This battle could be said to be the most intense and exciting battle in the inner courtyard grand competition. In the end, Qin Yao used Phoenix dances in the 9th heaven. She defeated that disciple. Immediately after, another group of disciples went up to compete. Those who were able to kill the top 100 were naturally experts. Therefore, it was difficult to determine the winner of each battle in a short period of time. Many of the battles were quite anxious. Swish! A ray of light shone over. It wrapped around Lin Feng. The next moment, Lin Feng landed on the arena. Another ray of light wrapped around Sun Zizhou. Not only was Lin Feng surprised, Sun Zizhou was also very surprised. Immediately after, Sun Zizhou's face showed an extremely cold expression. He was very confident in himself, and believed that he had the strength to kill Lin Feng. Sun Zizhou and Lin Feng are going to fight, many disciples exclaimed. Sun Zizhou was ranked 6th in the inner courtyard. His strength was even stronger than Qin Yao's. This person had already comprehended spirit 3 years ago. Moreover, the spirit that Sun Zizhou comprehended was the spirit of thunder, which was known as the number 1 attack power. Therefore, Sun Zizhou's strength was extremely terrifying. Sun Zizhou and Lin Feng are going to fight. I wonder how this battle will turn out. Sun Zizhou is a ruthless person. Lin Feng crippled Zhang Hai, so Sun Zizhou probably won't let Lin Feng off. Don't you know something? I heard that some time ago, Lu Mingyan and Sun Zizhou were responsible for recruiting a group of death warriors for Huangfu Qin Tian. They found Lin Feng, but were rejected by Lin Feng. Since then, Lu Mingyan and Sun Zizhou have hated Lin Feng out of jealousy. Oh? There's such a thing? The people of the Clear Sky Peak are too self-righteous. Who would be willing to become a death warrior if they have talent? A death warrior is a servant. If their master wants them to commit suicide, they can't resist. If it were me, I wouldn't become someone else's death warrior. The enmity between the two sides is getting deeper and deeper. Sun Zizhou will definitely use Lin Feng to establish his prestige. In the sect, nobody can live freely after offending the Clear Sky Peak. But it won't be easy for Sun Zizhou to cripple Lin Feng, right? Indeed, if Lin Feng can cripple Zhang Hai in one move, then he might be able to defeat Sun Zizhou. Brother, you're thinking too lightly. Zhang Hai has just comprehended a spirit, he hasn't grasped the power of a spirit yet. Sun Zizhou is different. He has comprehended a spirit for 3 years and has already become extremely proficient in using it. Zhang Hai can't compare to him. Therefore, I think that Lin Feng will be defeated by Sun Zizhou. Sun Zizhou will definitely cripple Lin Feng, no, he might even kill him. In the end, he will say that it was a sect competition and that he killed Lin Feng by mistake. Sun Zizhou has the support of the Clear Sky Peak, so the higher-ups of the sect won't defend the Clear Sky Peak for a dead person. Many disciples were discussing spiritedly. Many of them were looking at Lin Feng with pity. In their opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to lose against Sun Zizhou. Even Qin Yao, Shi Weizhu, Wang Hu, and the others were looking at the battle on the stage with worried expressions. Sun Zizhou was just too strong. The higher-ups, core disciples, saints, and saintesses on the main stage all looked over. Boom! At that moment, Sun Zizhou made his move. Sun Zizhou knew that Lin Feng's cultivation wasn't simple, so he used his strongest attack. He wanted to cripple Lin Feng in one move. Lightning blade. A deep roar resounded, and a blade of lightning condensed into form. The lightning blade was formed by Sun Zizou's lightning spirit. The huge lightning blade seemed to tear apart the heavens and earth as it flew towards Lin Feng. Everyone could feel the aura of the lightning blade. Many disciples felt that they couldn't breathe. It's too powerful. Sun Zizou's lightning blade can't withstand it at all. Lin Feng will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. Many people roared in shock. Everyone saw it. That terrifying lightning blade. It was about to explode. At that moment, Lin Feng also made his move. He stretched out his right hand and gently pinched the lightning blade that was coming down. Crack! The lightning blade that had the power to destroy the heavens and earth was actually caught by Lin Feng's 2 fingers. Scram! Lin Feng roared. Bang! Sun Zizou flew out as if he was struck by lightning. He was actually shocked by Lin Feng to the point of bleeding from his 7 orifices. He fell to the ground, motionless. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Chapter 777. Silence. In the entire huge square, whether it was the upper echelons, core disciples, holy sons, holy daughters, or ordinary disciples. Now, they were all deeply shocked. It was even hard to believe what they were seeing. Sun Zizou. He was ranked 6th in the inner court. He couldn't even take a single move from Lin Feng. This was too inconceivable. Junior brother Lin is already so powerful? Qin Yao murmured, feeling incomparably shocked. Although she knew that Lin Feng was very strong, she never thought that he would be strong to this extent. Even Shui Zhu, Wang Hu, and the others were extremely shocked. Haha, this brother Lin is really powerful. I knew that this person could soar into the 9 heavens, but I didn't expect him to rise so quickly. Guo, who was maintaining order, was also extremely excited when he saw Lin Feng's divine might. Isn't this too strong? Only now did the surrounding disciples come back to their senses and discuss animatedly. On the main arena, the elders also began to discuss. As for Lin Feng, he flew down from the arena. Many people came forward to greet Lin Feng, wanting to get to know Lin Feng. The competition continued. Soon, the top 50 were decided. The duel for the 25 of the 50 began half an hour later. Up until now, it was basically a battle between the top experts of the inner court. Although there wouldn't be a situation like Lin Feng who could kill his opponent in one move. However, one match after another. It was also brilliant beyond compare, causing many disciples to burst into cheers. At this time, a great battle was going on in the arena. This battle was between Lu Mengyan and Qinluan, who was ranked 12th in the inner court. Qinluan was known as the Little Spear King. His spear skills were outstanding. Therefore, as soon as he came up, Qinluan held his spear and stabbed out 36 times in a row. Swish, spear shadows appeared one after another. Rays of dazzling spear light condensed into form, like a raging wave, enveloping Lu Mengyan. What a good move, the Overlord 36 spear technique. It's brave and powerful, violent and powerful. This Overlord 36 spear technique has already been cultivated to the large success stage by Qinluan. Seeing Qinluan's spear technique, an elder immediately slapped the table and praised. When the sinking spear technique was used, it was indeed brave and invincible. The spear was the king of weapons. Once it was used, it would be wild and domineering. He used his absolute aura to suppress his opponent. If Qinluan understood force, or battle intent, and fused it with his spear, then he would be invincible. Amazing, truly amazing. I wonder if Lu Mengyan will be able to block it. You underestimate Lu Mengyan too much. Since Lu Mengyan has been selected as the champion, it means that Huangfu Qintian has already made sufficient preparations. Lu Mengyan must have many powerful weapons that can help her increase her strength. Some disciples were discussing among themselves. Facing Qinluan's attack, Lu Mengyan took out a treasure. This was a treasured sword that was emitting a scorching light. It was called the Sunfire Sword. Lu Mengyan wielded the Sun Flame Sword and slashed out. In an instant, flames soared to the sky. Amidst the endless flames, the sun flame sword struck Qinluan's long spear. Crack! Qinluan's spear directly broke. Sword chi rampaged. A beam of sword chi pierced through Qinluan's chest. Qinluan was sent flying and fell to the ground. His injuries were too severe, and he fainted. It's actually the sun flamed sword. Rumor has it that Huangfu Qintian killed a great demon in the magnetic fog lake 5 years ago. He took its bones and soul and refined it. Once used, flames soared to the sky and its power was endless. It could cut through metal and silver, and cut through iron like mud. No matter how profound his spear technique is, it's useless. The opponent's weapon is too powerful. It can cut through his spear in one strike. No matter how powerful his spear technique is, it won't have any effect. Many people began to talk about it. They felt that Qinluan's defeat was very humiliating. He had lost because of his weapon. Not long after, Lin Feng also went on stage. His opponent was a girl named Xue Xiaoye. Xue Xiaoye was petite and very cute. She shyly looked at Lin Feng and said pitifully, "Senior brother, please don't go too far later." Lin Feng nodded. Xue Xiaoye directly took out a strange sword that was as big as a door and smashed it towards Lin Feng. The strange sword was 5 meters long and 3 meters wide. It was huge. Xue Xiaoye waved it around as if it was her own arm. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Not to mention the fact that the weapon was extremely strange. Xue Xiaoye was such a petite, cute, and pure girl, but she was actually able to wield such a strange weapon. It was enough to make people feel incredulous. Xue Xiaoye, my goddess. Damn, what's that in her hand? When Xue Xiaoye took out the weapon that was as big as a door, the corners of many disciples' mouths twitched violently. Xue Xiaoye's petite body contained an extremely powerful force. Lin Feng was slightly surprised when he took her attack head-on. In terms of pure strength, Xue Xiaoye's strength was actually not much weaker than his when he was in the 10th firmament of the martial king realm. He didn't know what kind of cultivation technique Xue Xiaoye practiced or if it was because of her physique, but she actually had such great strength. After a dozen rounds of continuous attacks, Xue Xiaoye was already panting from exhaustion. She angrily stomped her foot, then jumped off the stage and left with the door-like sword. Soon, the top 25 were decided. In the next round, one person would be left without a fight. The participating disciples would personally draw lots to advance to the 13th round. Lin Feng was left without a fight. The rest of the disciples would fight in pairs. After the 13th round was decided, it was time to advance to the 7th round. In this round, a disciple named Zhang Xing was left without a fight. Lin Feng's opponent in this round was Song Jian, who was ranked 9th in the inner court. Song Jian was quickly defeated by Lin Feng. Then, the group battles began. The top 7 were decided. The top 7 were Lin Feng, Qin Yao, Lu Mingyan, Zhang Xing, Li Xiyu, Zhang Shihao, and Xue Wushuang. Xue Wushuang was ranked 2nd in the inner court, Zhang Shihao was ranked 3rd, Li Xiyu was ranked 4th, Qin Yao was ranked 7th, and Zhang Xing was ranked 8th. Long Jinyu, who was ranked 1st, didn't participate. In this round, Li Xiyu was left without a fight. In the lots, Lin Feng was against Zhang Shihao, Qin Yao was against Xue Wushuang, and Lu Mingyan was against Zhang Xing. After a series of battles, Lin Feng defeated Zhang Shihao. Xue Wushuang defeated Qin Yao. Lu Mingyan defeated Zhang Xing. The top 4 were decided. They were Lin Feng, Xue Wushuang, Lu Mingyan, and Li Xiyu. Next was the semifinals. Everyone's spirits were lifted. In the first round of the semifinals, Lin Feng was against Li Xiyu. Li Xiyu was one of the top 10 beauties of the Blue Cloud sect. She was tall and had a beautiful face. She was best at a divine ability called Falling Rain. Li Xiyu also knew that Lin Feng was powerful, so she attacked him fiercely. Falling Rain was used. Above the arena, heavy rain poured down. That rainwater was falling from the sky. It looked like sword chi which was moving towards Lin Feng. Turning rain into swords, Li Xiyu is so strong. Seeing the battle in the arena, many people exclaimed. Where is Li Xiu? Suddenly, someone shouted in shock. When the rain started to fall, Li Xiu actually disappeared. The dense rain turned into sword qi and slashed towards Lin Feng. 100,000 raindrops, 100,000 swords. Li Xiu's falling rain was indeed terrifying. Chapter 778. This falling rain is quite interesting. Lin Feng smiled as he slowly walked forward on the arena. A distorted black hole appeared around Lin Feng. No matter how many raindrops there were, or how many swords there were, all he needed was a black hole to devour everything. The dense raindrops fell and were all devoured by the black hole, unable to harm Lin Feng at all. Come out! Lin Feng grabbed in a direction. Swish! Immediately after, a dense amount of sword qi burst out and slashed towards Lin Feng. Li Xiu quickly retreated as she could no longer hide her figure. Break! Lin Feng roared as all the sword qi exploded. Li Xiu's falling rain can't harm Lin Feng at all. That's right, and Li Xiu's concealment technique was also broken by Lin Feng. This Lin Feng is too strong. Many people cried out in shock. Li Xiu's face was slightly pale as she asked in disbelief. How did you discover me? Lin Feng smiled. I have my ways, but it's not convenient for me to tell you. Junior sister Li, if you have any other moves, please use them. Li Xiu took a deep breath. She was a genius. But now, this was the first time she felt such pressure. A man who was a few years younger than her. But she felt that it was difficult to surpass him. Li Xiu had a strange feeling. The man in front of her. It was like looking up at a tall mountain that she needed to look up to. Li Xiu didn't know why she had such a strange feeling. Of course, Li Xiu was a proud person. She wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Rain generals! Li Xiu shouted. Her hands continuously formed seals. Waves after waves of astonishing fluctuations surged out. Roar! A low roar came from all directions of the arena. In the pouring rain, terrifying beings that were 3 meters tall and wearing armor and wielding huge swords appeared one after another. This was Li Xiu's spirit. In the pouring rain, the rain generals condensed. Li Xiu condensed 24 rain generals. This was Li Xiu's current limit. She didn't hold back. He unleashed his most powerful combat strength. He could feel the terrifying aura emitted from the bodies of the 24 rain generals. Countless people's expressions changed. Every rain general probably had the battle prowess to shake a yin-yang cultivator, right? This was a peerless monster. Even if they hadn't broken through the yin-yang realm. But by relying on the spirit that he had mastered, he could also challenge yin-yang realm cultivators who had yet to comprehend spirit. Lin Feng was the same. It was the same for Li Xiu. Lin Feng was so strong before, he must have comprehended a spirit, but I don't know what kind of spirit he comprehended. He hasn't shown it yet. Maybe now that he's under such great pressure, he's going to release his spirit. An elder said. The other elders nodded in agreement. They were also curious as to what kind of spirit Lin Feng was. It actually made his battle prowess so powerful. 24 rain generals. That's not bad. She can condense 24 rain generals without breaking through to the yin-yang realm. Once she breaks through, Li Xiu's strength will definitely increase greatly. However, she has no chance of winning against me. Lin Feng's body moved. Everyone saw it. An afterimage jumped on the arena. Bang! 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 The rain generals collapsed one after another. These were rain generals that could fight against yin-yang cultivators. They didn't even have a chance to attack before they were destroyed. In an instant, all 24 rain generals collapsed. The afterimage transformed into Lin Feng's appearance. Lin Feng smiled and said, Junior sister Li, is there a need to continue this battle? I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Li Xiu looked at Lin Feng with a complicated gaze. She never thought that she would lose this battle with such a huge disadvantage. She had used all her means. As for Lin Feng, he was calm. The gap between them. It was hard to imagine. The first battle of the semi-finals ended with Lin Feng defeating Li Xiyu. Wasn't Lin Feng's speed too fast just now? Could it be that he has comprehended the spirit of speed? Elder Wan Yuan said doubtfully. The other elders also had thoughtful expressions. They vaguely felt that Lin Feng's speed just now didn't seem to be a spirit. But if it wasn't a spirit, how could his speed be so fast? This was what made them even more puzzled. The second semi-final battle between Lu Mengyan and Xue Wushuang. Xue Wushuang was ranked second in the intersect. Lu Mengyan was the chief manager of Green Sky Peak. Eldest senior brother Huang Fuqin Tian had focused on nurturing her. It was rumored that Lu Mengyan was internally determined to be first. However, it was obvious that Xue Wushuang didn't want to admit defeat so easily. Xue Wushuang's weapon was a huge sword. It was a treasured sword that could cut through iron like mud. His attacks were endless as he attacked Lu Mengyan. However, Lu Mengyan's Sun Flame sword was too powerful. She activated the Sun Flame sword, and a ferocious beast surrounded by endless flames appeared. The ferocious beast had 3 heads and a body as huge as a mountain. It had a green face and fangs, looking extremely ugly. 3-headed blazing divine beast! The upper echelons watching the battle on the main arena exclaimed. The 3-headed blazing divine beast was at the creation realm. It was widely rumored that Huang Fuqin Tian had used the body of a ferocious beast to forge the Sun Flame sword into this sword. It seemed that the rumor was very likely true. The 3-headed blazing divine beast appeared and swept Xue Wushuang away. Xue Wushuang was defeated. Let's rest for half an hour before the finals. Elder Guiyan's dignified voice resounded throughout the arena. Everyone began to discuss animatedly. Who would emerge victorious in this final match? On one side was Lu Mengyan, who had a supreme treasure. On the other side was Lin Feng, who had outstanding strength. Many disciples expressed their opinions. At this time, the upper echelons on the main arena were also discussing. The Sun Flame sword wasn't simply forged from the 3-headed blazing divine beast's body essence. It also merged with the blazing sun golden essence, so it's naturally powerful. The outcome of this battle has already been decided, Luo Shitian said indifferently. I don't think so. Although the Sun Flame sword is powerful, it's not Lu Mengyan's own strength. I think Lin Feng can defeat Lu Mengyan. At this time, Tian Xiener suddenly said. Since Junior Tian thinks highly of Lin Feng, why don't we make a bet? Luo Xingtian said calmly and confidently. What are we betting on? Tian Xiener asked. I have a piece of rending moon star essence. I'll use this treasure to defeat Lu Mengyan. Luo Xingtian took out a palm-sized treasure. Swish! In the main arena, everyone looked at the rending moon star essence in Luo Xingtian's hand. Even Great Elder Guiyan felt the same way. His eyes were blazing with excitement. Rending moon star essence was an essence stone produced by the fission of the moon. It contained a majestic power of the moon's essence. If a palm-sized piece was refined, it could increase one's soul power by at least 5 levels. It was a peerless spirit treasure. It was a treasure that everyone dreamed of. I have a piece of immortal Tirchilan iron. It's a material used to forge divine weapons. I'll bet with you. Tian Xiener also took out a palm-sized piece of iron. There were tear-stained imprints on the piece of metal. This was immortal Tirchilan iron, a material that even the ancient gods couldn't find. Huff, huff, huff! In the arena, the upper echelons and core disciples all felt their breathing become heavy. This bet was too big. Dong, dong, dong! At this time, 3 melodious sounds of bells rang out. Everyone's spirit was shaken. The finals had begun. Swish! Swish! 2 rays of light shot out of the arena, enveloping Lin Feng and Lu Mengyan. Chapter 779. In the arena, Lin Feng and Lu Mengyan looked at each other from a distance of more than 10 meters. Countless gazes were on the 2 people in the arena. The finals naturally attracted everyone's attention. Lu Mengyan looked at Lin Feng as if she had everything under control and said, I didn't expect you to make it to the end. It's really beyond my expectations, But it's time to end this. Whoosh! As soon as she finished speaking, a sword wrapped in flames appeared in Lu Mingyan's hand. It was the Sun Flame sword. "It won't be easy for you to defeat me with just a sword," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent. "I'll use this sword to stab your dantian," Lu Mingyan said coldly. "As the saying goes, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. This saying is very reasonable." Lin Feng glanced at Lu Mingyan indifferently. "Die!" Lu Mingyan's gaze suddenly turned cold. She held the Sun Flame sword and slashed it. Whoosh! A sword condensed from flames slashed towards Lin Feng. "Lin Feng isn't going to use a weapon? Could it be that he wants to use his body to resist the Sun Flame sword?" Many people had a dumbfounded expression on their faces. The Sun Flame sword. It was a treasure that could cut through gold and silver. It could cut through iron like mud. How could a body of flesh and blood resist it? Many people felt that Lin Feng was being too arrogant. He didn't know how powerful the Sun Flame sword was. Facing the attack, Lin Feng stepped forward. His body emitted an invisible force that enveloped Lin Feng within a 3-meter radius. When the Sun Flame sword energy slashed towards him, a loud clanging sound was heard. The Sun Flame sword energy shattered 3 meters away from Lin Feng. It couldn't get close to him. "How is this possible?" One by one, the elders cried out in disbelief. They all stood up abruptly and looked at the two people in the arena as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. They didn't even know what had happened. That was the sword energy from the Sun Flame sword. Why was it so difficult to even get close to Lin Feng's body? This was too inconceivable. Everyone was shocked and moved. But it was happening right before his eyes. If even the elders were so shocked, there was no need to mention the ordinary disciples. "Mere sword, she can't hurt me." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he walked towards Lu Mingyan. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Could it be force? Even Grand Elder Guiyan stood up and looked at Lin Feng in shock. Even if he was a creation realm cultivator, those who could comprehend force, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Lin Feng had comprehended force? What? Influence? Was it really sure? Even a creation realm cultivator would find it difficult to comprehend force. How could Lin Feng have comprehended it? The surrounding elders couldn't believe what they were seeing and started to shout. The Yin-Yang realm disciples were also shocked. Their core disciples were still searching for ways to comprehend spirit. Lin Feng, an inner disciple, had actually comprehended force. Wasn't this too unbelievable? It should be force. I've seen Huangfu Qingtian display force before. Although each force is different, that feeling is definitely not wrong. It's just that Lin Feng's cultivation hasn't increased yet, so compared to Huangfu Qingtian's force, it's much weaker. Jin Yuanao took a deep breath and said. He was looking at Lin Feng with envy and admiration. Tian Xiena's beautiful eyes lit up and said, I already knew that Lin Feng wasn't simple. He actually comprehended force. Since he can comprehend force, he must have also comprehended spirit. What a terrifying talent. I'm afraid that his talent isn't inferior to Huangfu Qingtian's. Luo Xingtian's eyes were gloomy as he looked at Lin Feng with jealousy. He had already comprehended force for a full 10 years, but he still couldn't see through it. How could this brat comprehend force? In the arena, Lin Feng stepped forward. Force spread out. Lu Mingyan was affected by Lin Feng's force, her face pale. Force was the most terrifying ability in battle. Once force was released, it would cause a heavy blow to the enemy. This kind of blow wasn't just physical. It was also mental. The damage to his body was secondary. Mental damage was the most terrifying. If a person's mental strength was destroyed, then that person was completely finished. Thump 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 thump, Lu Mingyan, who was holding the Sun Flame sword, retreated. She seemed to be unable to withstand the force emitted from Lin Feng's body. This is a completely different level of battle. Strong! He's really too strong! Everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lu Mengyan, who was holding the Sun Flame sword. Basically, he didn't encounter much pressure and entered the finals. Many people thought that in the finals, Lin Feng would be defeated by Lu Mengyan, who held the Sun Flame sword. However, they didn't expect the result to be like this. Lu Mengyan also knew that she couldn't continue to retreat. She activated the Sun Flame sword and shouted. Roar! The roar resounded through the world. The three flame god beasts appeared once again. The Sun Flame sword was activated. With the help of the powerful aura emitted by the Sun Flame sword, Lu Mengyan leaped up with the Sun Flame sword in her hand and slashed towards Lin Feng. What a good Sun Flame sword! It's worthy of being a peerless treasure, but no matter how powerful this treasure is, it can't hurt me at all. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he faced the attack of the Sun Flame sword. He slashed out with the sky-splitting slash. 100 feet long blade light condensed. The sky-splitting slash covered the sky as if it could tear the world apart. Everyone felt that there was only this blade between heaven and earth. Heavens, what kind of attack is this? Even Great Elder Guiyen roared in shock. He couldn't believe that this was actually an attack from an inner sect disciple. Clang! This attack instantly tore apart the three flame god beasts. Then, it ruthlessly slashed at the Sun Flame sword. Lu Mengyan, who was holding the Sun Flame sword, was forced back. A crack appeared on the Sun Flame sword, and its spirituality was greatly damaged. You actually damaged my Sun Flame sword? Seeing that the Sun Flame sword was damaged, Lu Mengyan screamed in anger. She put away the Sun Flame sword and coldly looked at Lin Feng. She shouted angrily. Lin Feng, you are simply courting death. Today, I will let you know my strength. In front of me, you are simply an ant. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Mengyan's body suddenly emitted a terrifying wave of energy. Could it be? Could it be? One by one, the elders looked at Lu Mengyan, who was on the stage in shock. Boom! In the next moment, boundless magic power surged out from Lu Mengyan's body. Lu Mengyan floated in the air. Her hair fluttered in the wind. Her body was surrounded by powerful magic power. Yin-Yang realm! Lu Mengyan really broke through to the Yin-Yang realm. Such a powerful wave of energy, I'm afraid she has already reached the fifth firmament of the Yin-Yang realm. One of the elders roared in shock. Lu Mengyan's voice became emotionless. She said, That's right, I have already broken through to the Yin-Yang realm. Afterwards, senior brother Qin Tian took me to the secret realm of the firmament to cultivate for 5 months. The secret realm of the firmament has a powerful law of time. It is a secret realm passed down by the primordial firmament sovereign. I obtained a great opportunity there, and my cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. I have already reached the fifth firmament of the Yin-Yang realm. Heavens, the fifth firmament of the Yin-Yang realm. Lin Feng will definitely lose this battle. Many people looked at Lu Mengyan on the stage in shock. Lu Mengyan was too powerful now. Everyone knew this. Chapter 780. Boundless dermic powers surged out of her body. Everyone was shocked by Lu Mengyan's strength. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Lu Mengyan to be so powerful and hide her strength so well. However, Lin Feng didn't have anything to worry about because he was at the fourth firmament of the Yin-Yang realm. Lin Feng also hid his strength. It's over. It's over. Lu Mengyan is at the fifth firmament of the Yin-Yang realm. Junior brother Lin will definitely lose this time. Wang Hu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Qin Yao and Shi Weizhu also looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Slash! Lu Mengyan directly launched a fierce attack on Lin Feng. She condensed a purple sword aura. This purple sword aura was called Purple Sun Sword Aura. It was a secret technique recorded in the Purple Sun Sword art passed down in the Blue Cloud sect. The Purple Sun Sword Aura slashed out like a blazing sun, incinerating billions of lives in the world. Wherever the sword aura passed, tens of thousands of lives perished. Lu Mingyan used her fifth firmament of the yin-yang realm to activate the purple sun sword aura. It was naturally powerful. Lin Feng won't be killed in one attack, right? Many people exclaimed in shock. Lu Mingyan's move was indeed too powerful. Even the elders who were watching the battle from the main arena had grave expressions on their faces. Lu Mingyan has broken through to the fifth firmament of the yin-yang realm. You've always known about this, right? Tian Xian looked at Luo Shitian with an ugly expression. Luo Shitian was Huangfu Qingtian's favorite. Luo Xingtian had also been to the secret realm of Aether that Huangfu Qingtian obtained to train. Why was Huangfu Qingtian stronger than many experts of the older generation at such a young age? It was because Huangfu Qingtian knew how to enter the secret realm of Aether. That was why Huangfu Qingtian was so powerful. Luo Xingtian smiled faintly and said, "So what if I know? So what if I don't know? Could it be that because I knew about this in advance, you want to break the bet between us?" Clearly, Luo Xingtian had tricked Tian Xianer. No wonder he was so confident in taking out a peerless treasure like the moon-splitting star essence to bet with Tian Xianer. It was a matter of absolute certainty. However, Tian Xianer did not know about Lu Mingyan's breakthrough. Tian Xianer replied, "I, Tian Xianer, am a woman of my word. Let's see how this battle turns out. When the time comes, I'll have to thank you for your immortal tears, Qilin Iron," Luo Shitian said with a smile. Tian Xianer harumphed coldly, her face as dark as water. Luo Shitian was obviously trying to provoke her. Sprinkle salt on the wound. The violet sun sword Qi absorbs the power of the violet sun and fuses it with your body. It's suitable for men. You're a woman and your body belongs to the yin element. How can you cultivate the violet sun sword Qi? That's ridiculous. When Lin Feng saw the purple sun sword Qi, he took a step forwards and said, "Today I'll show you my sword Qi. I'll show you what sword Qi is." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng waved his right hand. Whoosh! A beam of sword Qi flew out. This sword Qi was initially only 1 inch long. But soon, the sword Qi suddenly grew bigger. It instantly became 100 meters long. It floated in the air. It slashed down. It was as if it was splitting Mount Hua. Clang! The violet sun sword Qi collided with Lin Feng's sword Qi and directly shattered. Then, the 100-meter-long sword light descended from the sky and blasted towards Lu Mingyan. Lu Mingyan's expression changed drastically as she retreated. What's going on? Lu Mingyan is at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. Why is she being suppressed by Lin Feng? Countless gazes looked at the battle in the arena in disbelief. Because Lin Feng had hidden his cultivation. And he didn't use his magic power. So many people thought that Lin Feng was at the martial king realm. In reality, even until now, Lin Feng had only used the power he had at the peak of the martial king realm. As for the power of the yin-yang realm, Lin Feng had yet to use it. But even if Lin Feng had only used the power of the peak of the martial king realm, it was too terrifying. That sword Qi. It was condensed from the sword intent of the heavens. This was the spirit that Lin Feng had mastered. Lin Feng is actually so strong. Junior Xianer, I don't think you will lose this battle, Metal Elemental Dao said. When Tian Xianer saw Lin Feng suppressing Lu Mingyan in the arena, she couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. She didn't expect Lin Feng to suppress Lu Mingyan. Falling Moon Art. Lu Mingyan retreated while condensing a powerful attack to block Lin Feng's attack. Rumble! When the Falling Moon Art was used, a loud sound shook the sky. What is that? Suddenly, many people pointed to the sky and shouted in shock. They saw. In the sky, there was a moon. It descended from the sky. That great moon seemed to be able to shatter the world. He moved towards Lin Feng to oppress him. This was the Falling Moon Art. It condensed a moon to suppress. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He had no choice but to give up on attacking Lu Mingyan and turn to deal with the falling moon that was suppressing him. Slash. Lin Feng waved his right hand. The sword chi in the air soared into the sky and slashed towards the falling moon. The sword chi and the falling moon collided. The aftermath of the energy dissipated. The sound of the vibration was like a giant man beating a drum. It shook the surroundings. At this time, Lu Mengyan had already rushed in front of Lin Feng. A punch swept towards Lin Feng. Shattering void fist. Lu Mengyan sneered. This punch was thrown out. The surrounding void started to distort slightly. The void seemed to be shattered by Lu Mengyan's punch. Lu Mengyan's cultivation was not enough to shatter the void. If she cultivated to the creation realm, she might be able to do this. But, even if she couldn't shatter the void, Lu Mengyan's attack was still abnormally powerful. Not good. This Lu Mengyan's shattering void fist is a primordial sacred art. This sacred art is extremely difficult to cultivate, but she actually succeeded. This time, Lin Feng is probably in danger. Seeing Lu Mengyan use this shattering void fist, the disciples who had heard of the power of the shattering void fist all changed their expressions. The shattering void fist is actually a primordial sacred art? Doesn't that mean Lin Feng is going to lose? Many disciples cried out in alarm. At this moment, they suddenly heard a loud roar. Scram! This loud roar. It contained the power of force. Lu Mengyan took this blow. It was as if she was struck by lightning. She flew backwards. With a cry, she spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Lu Mengyan was at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. She was actually shocked to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng's loud roar. This Lin Feng was too terrifying, wasn't he? How could this be? Lu Mengyan couldn't accept this, and she couldn't help but scream in anger. Lin Feng, I want your life! Lu Mengyan's resentful voice sounded. Then, she waved her right hand. Everyone saw it. A green light soared into the sky. Within the green light, a sun appeared. The sun slowly rose into the sky. Within the sun was a 9-story pagoda. The 9-story pagoda floated in midair, emitting an unimaginably ancient aura. That aura was suppressing the heavens. Many people felt the aura emitted by the pagoda, and they couldn't help but kneel on the ground and kowed out to the pagoda. The Great Azure Sun Pagoda. This is the primordial artifact that eldest senior brother Huang Fuqin Tian obtained from the secret realm of heaven. He actually gave it to Lu Mengyan. Many people roared in shock. The Great Azure Sun Pagoda. It was actually a primordial artifact. The Great Azure Sun Pagoda floated in midair, emitting a destructive aura that directly attacked Lin Feng. Feeling the terrifying aura emitted by the Great Azure Sun Pagoda, everyone revealed an incomparably shocked expression. The power of that treasure was too strong. A primordial artifact! Lin Feng will definitely lose this time. Many people began to shout. No one thought that Lin Feng would be able to win this battle. What a great primordial magic power! Lu Mengyan, do you think you can defeat me with just a magic artifact? Today, I will let you know my true strength! Lin Feng roared. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, a terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body. Boundless magic power surged out like an ocean. Magic power, it's magic power! Lin Feng actually hid his cultivation. He has already broken through to the yin-yang realm. Oh my god, Lin Feng was already so powerful without using his magic power. Now that he's going to use the power of the yin-yang realm, how strong will he be? Countless shocked gazes looked at the arena. Everyone saw. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. With every step he took, the void would tremble slightly. His aura grew stronger and stronger. 3,000 black chaotic dance. He was like a demon and a god. Lin Feng struck out with his palm. Bang! His palm ruthlessly slammed into the primordial magic artifact, the Great Azure Sun Pagoda. Chapter 781. A treasure like the Great Azure Sun Pagoda was an ancient treasure. Once it was activated, its power was boundless. But now, the Great Azure Sun Pagoda was actually sent flying by Lin Feng's palm. This was too shocking. How much power did he have to be able to send an ancient treasure like the Great Azure Sun Pagoda flying? It was hard to imagine what level Lin Feng's battle strength had reached. This is really amazing. I didn't expect Lin Feng to be so strong. Tian Xiener smiled. She naturally hoped that Lin Feng could win. This way, she would be able to win the bet. Luo Xingtian's face was gloomy. Lin Feng, you've already reached such a high cultivation level. It seems like you've been hiding your cultivation level for the elite disciples exam. It seems that Lin Feng might defeat Lu Mingyan and become the biggest winner of this competition. Many elders whispered to each other. You actually sent the Great Azure Sun Pagoda flying. Lu Mingyan looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. She couldn't believe what she saw. The Great Azure Sun Pagoda was such a powerful treasure. How could it be sent flying? But this was the truth. Lu Mingyan's face was gloomy. She quickly summoned the Great Azure Sun Pagoda to her side. Since the Great Azure Sun Pagoda was an ancient treasure, it was naturally amazing. Now that Lu Mingyan began to activate the Great Azure Sun Pagoda, she planned to use this treasure to suppress Lin Feng. Powerful magic power continuously poured into the Great Azure Sun Pagoda. The Great Azure Sun Pagoda emitted an increasingly powerful aura. Feeling the powerful aura from the Great Azure Sun Pagoda, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but change slightly. After all, the Great Azure Sun Pagoda was an ancient treasure. Artifacts forged by immemorial age cultivators that could be passed down all contained terrifying power. Now that Lu Mingyan wanted to activate the Great Azure Sun Pagoda, Lin Feng naturally didn't plan to give her the chance. He quickly rushed towards Lu Mingyan, but at this time, the Great Azure Sun Pagoda's power began to show. Buzz! The Great Azure Sun Pagoda emitted an astonishing fluctuation. A green light flashed. The Great Azure Sun Pagoda actually began to expand. From a dozen centimeters, it quickly became a giant tower that was more than 10 meters tall. The enlarged Great Azure Sun Pagoda descended from the sky, suppressing Lin Feng. Break! Lin Feng gave a low cry and smashed a fist towards the Great Sun Azure Sky Pagoda. Clang! Lin Feng's fist ruthlessly slammed into the Great Azure Sun Pagoda. This supreme treasure had been shaken by Lin Feng. It began to shake violently. Bang, bang, bang! Lin Feng threw out a dozen punches in a row. One punch after another landed on the Great Azure Sun Pagoda. The Great Azure Sun Pagoda was sent flying by Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, everyone was moved. That was a primordial magical artifact. Moreover, it was a primordial artifact that had been activated. He was still unable to harm Lin Feng in the slightest. Instead, he was sent flying by Lin Feng. Wasn't this Lin Feng's cultivation too strong? Lu Mingyan's expression also became extremely ugly. I will definitely not lose. The first place in this large competition is mine. A crazy expression appeared in Lu Mingyan's eyes. Suddenly, a cloud of green smoke emerged from the top of Lu Mingyan's head. Lu Mingyan. She was actually burning her own lifespan. She wanted to use her lifespan to activate the Great Azure Sun Pagoda. The power of this primordial magical artifact was definitely not the same as it had just displayed. Lu Mingyan was actually unable to activate the power of the primordial magical artifact. However, if she were to burn her lifespan to enhance the primordial magical artifact, then the power of the primordial magical artifact would very likely be awakened. Boom! Lu Mingyan burned 100 years of her lifespan to enhance the Great Azure Sun Pagoda. Her cold voice rang out. Lin Feng, die! As the sound of his voice faded, the Great Azure Sun Pagoda quickly flew towards Lin Feng. Then, this treasure flew above Lin Feng's head. Waves of destructive waves surged out from the Great Azure Sun Pagoda. The waves enveloped Lin Feng. Everyone saw that Lin Feng's body was actually shrinking rapidly. Not good, this magical artifact is strange. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He wanted to escape. But it was too late. The Great Azure Sun Pagoda shot out a green light. The green light shone on Lin Feng's body. Immediately after, Lin Feng was sucked into the first level of the Great Azure Sun Pagoda. Lin Feng was swallowed by the Great Azure Sun Pagoda. Then this is troublesome. Will he be trapped in the Great Azure Sun Pagoda and die? Many people exclaimed. Primordial magical artifact. Its power was indeed extraordinary. Qin Yao, Wang Hu, and the others all had worried expressions. As for Shi Weizhu, her face was pale. If Lin Feng really died, it would be like the sky had collapsed for her. Haha, what a great Azure Sun Pagoda! As expected of a primordial magical artifact. In less than 15 minutes, that brat will be refined to death in the Great Azure Sun Pagoda. Luo Shutian couldn't help but laugh. He was indescribably arrogant. Tian Xiena's face sank slightly. Then he sighed. Now that Lin Feng had been absorbed by the Great Azure Sun Pagoda, this meant that the battle was over. Great Elder Guiyan naturally didn't want a genius like Lin Feng to die so tragically. He wanted to forcibly stop the battle from ending and then rescue Lin Feng. At that moment, clang! 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 A series of loud noises rang out from the Great Azure Sun Tower. Everyone looked at the Great Azure Sun Pagoda. The Great Azure Sun Pagoda quickly expanded. Crack! Suddenly, the door of the first level of the Great Azure Sun Pagoda was smashed. A ray of light flew out from the door. The ray of light quickly grew bigger. Then, it turned into Lin Feng. How could you come out alive? Lu Mingyan shouted in disbelief. Boom! Lin Feng looked indifferent and didn't reply. Instead, he threw himself at Lu Mingyan and raised his right fist, aiming to kill her. Lu Mingyan's face changed slightly. She quickly controlled the Great Azure Sun Pagoda to collide with Lin Feng. I'll take your Great Azure Sun Pagoda. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Powerful magical power continuously poured into the Great Azure Sun Pagoda. He wanted to forcefully cut off the connection between Lu Mingyan and the Great Azure Sun Pagoda. Wishful thinking. Watch how I kill you with the Great Azure Sun Pagoda. Lu Mingyan's voice was cold. Under her control, the Great Azure Sun Pagoda's power increased greatly. It was like an immemorial divine mountain. Lin Feng waved his right fist and collided with the Great Azure Sun Pagoda. The Great Azure Sun Pagoda was blocked. At the same time, a powerful magical power poured into the Great Azure Sun Pagoda. Ah! Lu Mingyan screamed. The divine will she left in the Great Azure Sun Pagoda was erased by Lin Feng, so she suffered a backlash. She fell from the sky and landed on the arena. Her hair was disheveled, and she screamed like a madwoman. Lin Feng naturally had no sympathy for Lu Mingyan, a woman with a vicious heart. He reached out to the Great Azure Sun Pagoda, wanting to refine this treasure. Impudent! At that moment, a cold voice came from the Great Azure Sun Pagoda. That voice actually forced Lin Feng to retreat. Then, a golden light surged out from the Great Azure Sun Pagoda. A young cultivator stood in the golden light. He was surrounded by an imperial aura, like the reincarnation of an immemorial great emperor. The young cultivator's eyes swept over. What kind of eyes were those? Deep, mysterious, and disorienting. He was like a god, standing there, making everyone feel like they were looking up at a tall mountain. Many people couldn't help but want to worship the young cultivator. Who is he? How can he be so terrifying? Lin Feng's expression was unprecedentedly serious. He knew that it was just a clone. But even if it was just a clone, he could feel the smell of death. Chapter 782. Senior Brother Huangfu Qintian. At this moment, countless disciples exclaimed. Huangfu Qintian. He was a legendary figure. Huangfu Qintian was the prince of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. When he was 8 years old, the imperial family of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty went to the ancestral land to worship their ancestors. They were ambushed and suffered heavy casualties. Huangfu Qintian was even taken away. Everyone thought that Huangfu Qintian would definitely die. They didn't expect that he would be saved by the old sect master of the Blue Cloud sect. Later, when Huangfu Qintian was 12 years old, he joined the Blue Cloud sect. Some people said that Huangfu Qintian joined the Blue Cloud sect to repay a debt of gratitude. Others said that Huang Fuqingtian joined the Blue Cloud sect to find the long-lost heaven-patching technique of the Blue Cloud sect. There were all kinds of theories. But no matter what the reason was, Huang Fuqingtian had already become a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Huang Fuqingtian was a peerless genius. He reached the yin-yang realm at the age of 16 and the peak of the yin-yang realm at the age of 20. And this year, Huang Fuqingtian was 26 years old. No one knew how strong his cultivation was. It had long been rumored that Huang Fuqingtian had broken through to the creation realm. This was because Huang Fuqingtian had once killed 3 creation realm flame divine beasts to refine the sun flame sword. Huang Fuqingtian was definitely one of the best among the younger generation. Huang Fuqingtian could even be ranked in the top 10 among the younger generation of Tianwu University's 3,000 prefectures. From this, it could be seen how powerful Huang Fuqingtian was. Even a clone of Huang Fuqingtian possessed unimaginable battle prowess. He is Huang Fuqingtian. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Ever since he joined the Blue Cloud sect, he had heard of Huang Fuqingtian's name countless times. During the genius battle of the 3,000 prefectures, Huang Fuqingtian had defeated countless geniuses. This was his battle to prove himself. After this battle, Huang Fuqingtian was listed as one of the top 10 geniuses of Tianwu University. But that was 5 years ago. In the eyes of countless people, Huang Fuqingtian was like a god who couldn't be offended. His strength was even greater than that of many sect grand elders. The Blue Cloud sect also placed its hope of revival on Huang Fuqingtian. Now, Huang Fuqingtian's incarnation glanced coldly at Lin Feng. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Who gave you the guts to spy on the Great Azure Sun Pagoda? Huang Fuqingtian walked towards Lin Feng step by step. A terrifying aura emanated from Huang Fuqingtian's body. That aura blasted onto Lin Feng's body. Bang! Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by an immemorial mountain. He was sent flying. His face was as white as a sheet of paper. You're courting death! How dare you challenge my authority? You'll pay the price. Huang Fuqingtian opened his palm and slapped toward Lin Feng. Huang Fuqingtian was too strong. It was so powerful that it was impossible to resist. Lin Feng even noticed that his force, battle intent, and various other abilities were actually unable to be utilized under the envelopment of Huang Fuqingtian's imposing aura. It could be seen from this. How powerful is Huang Fuqingtian? Huang Fuqingtian, this is the inner courtyard competition. You should restrain yourself. Just as the palm was about to hit Lin Feng, Huang Fuqingtian suddenly shouted. Grand Elder Guiyan shouted coldly. He came to the arena and slapped at Huang Fuqingtian. Bang! The two of them collided. Huang Fuqingtian's attack was neutralized by Guiyan. You want to be my enemy, Huang Fuqingtian? Huang Fuqingtian clasped his hands behind his back. He was indeed too strong. Even though it was just an incarnation. How dare he use such a tone to speak to the Grand Elder of a sect? That was how domineering Huang Fuqingtian was. The Blue Cloud sect only had one Huang Fuqingtian. However, the Blue Cloud sect had dozens of Grand Elders. The Grand Elders weren't as important as Huang Fuqingtian. This is the Inner Court Grand Competition. Don't tell me that I don't have the qualifications to medal in the Inner Court Grand Competition? Obviously, Guiyan was trying to protect Lin Feng, even if it meant defending Huang Fuqingtian. Lin Feng was very touched. Huang Fuqingtian's eyes were cold. A ball of anger was brewing. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a tone. Even the sect's Grand Elders were the same. Huang Fuqingtian was simply a lawless person. He was so strong that he didn't even take the Grand Elder seriously. Huang Fuqingtian's right hand emitted a shocking wave. He was about to attack. If I want to deal with someone, who can protect him? Huang Fuqingtian's voice was cold. The crowd, including the elders and disciples, was shocked. They were all shocked. Huang Fuqingtian was already so strong. He even wanted to deal with the Grand Elder in order to deal with Lin Feng? Huang Fuqingtian. Suddenly, at this moment, a cold shout was heard. Everyone looked over. It was Lin Feng. He looked at Huang Fuqingtian coldly. He called Huang Fuqingtian's name directly. It was the first time that a sect disciple had done that. Ever since Huang Fuqingtian became the eldest senior brother, no one dared to call Huang Fuqingtian's name directly. Even if they said his name in private, they would add the words, eldest senior brother, to show respect. Lin Feng had violated the taboo by calling Huang Fuqingtian's name directly. Huang Fuqingtian's cold eyes swept over. Lin Feng said coldly, "Do you really think that a mere disciple like you can do whatever you want in the sect?" Many people's faces changed drastically when they heard Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng's words were too direct. He revealed Huang Fuqingtian's identity in the sect. However, no matter how high Huang Fuqingtian was, he was still a disciple. He wasn't the sect's grand elder or vice leader. "I can kill an ant like you with a flick of my finger. Are you qualified to say such things to me?" Huang Fuqingtian's voice was filled with cold, killing intent. Lin Feng sneered. "Who hasn't been young? Give me time, and I'll surpass you." Boom. Lin Feng's words were like a clap of thunder. Huang Fuqingtian was one of the top 10 monstrous geniuses in Tianwu University's 3,000 prefectures. 5 years ago, he could already kill a creation realm great monster. Who would dare to say such things in front of Huang Fuqingtian? However, Lin Feng dared to do so. Puff. Lin Feng took out a dagger and cut his right hand. Blood immediately flowed out. He raised his right hand to the sky and swore, "The heavens above, the sun and the moon are my witnesses. 10 years from now, I will fight Huang Fuqingtian to the death to avenge the humiliation I suffered today." He swore. Suddenly, a blood-red rune condensed and entered Lin Feng's mind. This was the Blood Oath rune. Lin Feng had no way out. 10 years later, if he didn't fight Huang Fuqingtian to the death, he would be killed by the heavenly Tao for breaking the oath. The Blood Oath means that he won't stop until he dies. How can a mere 10 years surpass eldest senior brother Huang Fuqingtian? This battle hasn't even started, but his life and death have already been decided. Many people in the surroundings were discussing. So what if he had 10 years? Huang Fuqingtian's talent was even more heaven-defying. His cultivation was even more powerful. He was improving. Huang Fuqingtian was also improving. Even if he had 100 years, how could he catch up to Huang Fuqingtian? "You want to challenge me? You don't know what's good for you. I'll let you live for another 10 years. Huang Fuqingtian glanced at Lin Feng with disdain and contempt. He turned into a golden light and flew towards Qingtian Peak with the great solar azure sky pagoda and Lu Mingyan. Chapter 783. In the room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He was refining the spirit-cleansing pill he obtained after the sect competition. It cleansed his dermic powers, making them purer and more powerful. This was the effect of the spirit-cleansing pill. Dermic powers formed in his mind. The dermic powers of a yin-yang realm cultivator were like a pond. The dermic powers of a creation realm cultivator were like a lake. The dermic powers of a life and death realm cultivator were like an ocean. Lin Feng's dermic powers were now as huge as a lake. Lin Feng's dermic powers were too powerful and had already surpassed the yin-yang realm cultivators. The only shortcoming was that his dermic powers weren't pure enough. This was because his realm hadn't increased. If his dermic powers weren't pure enough, the cultivator with pure dermic powers would naturally be able to crush the cultivator with the same dermic powers. This was the difference. The spirit-cleansing pill could make one's dermic powers purer and purer. But the formula for the spirit-cleansing pill had been lost. Therefore, the Blue Cloud sect couldn't refine it. These pills were passed down from ancient times and were extremely precious. If the Blue Cloud sect could refine them, they could give them to talented disciples to use. How many experts would that create? After refining the spirit-cleansing pill, Lin Feng indeed found that the dermic powers contained in the dermic powers lake became purer and purer. What made Lin Feng a little regretful was that there was only one spirit-cleansing pill. If there were more, he could continue to improve. Immediately after, Lin Feng refined the soul-cleansing pill. Now, he and Huang Fuqingtian had a 10-year life and death battle contract. This battle. It was extremely crucial. 10 years seemed far away. But for cultivators with long lifespans, it was just a snap of the fingers. 10 years passed in a hurry. So, Lin Feng didn't dare to delay and had to quickly improve his cultivation. Otherwise, after 10 years, there would only be death. Lin Feng refined the soul-cleansing pill and his soul was cleansed. Lin Feng felt that his soul power was about to break through again. This made Lin Feng very happy. Perhaps in half a year at most, his soul power would break through to a new level. The next day, Lin Feng went to the Divine Ability Pavilion to choose 2 ancient divine abilities. The 2 ancient divine abilities he chose were the Emotionless Sword Technique and the Sun Moon Wild Saber Slash. It was a swordsmanship. It was a saber technique. Lin Feng mainly wanted to increase his understanding of Spirit of Sword Principle and Sky Splitter by studying other sword and saber techniques. At noon, Guishao came to Lin Feng and smiled. "Junior brother, I'm going to ask the Titan Demon God to build a mountain for you. You can go to the spirit veins in the depths of the mountain range to find a place to build a mountain. This is a medallion that allows you to enter the depths of the mountain range. With this medallion, you'll be able to build a mountain anywhere you want." Once he was promoted to a core disciple, he would be able to establish his own mountain and nurture his own forces. If he could soar to the heavens in the future, he would have a chance to fight for the position of sect master. Even if he couldn't become the sect master, he could still fight for the position of peak master of the 12 peaks of Qingyun Peak. Naturally, he needed a group of trusted aides. "Thank you, Brother Gua." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Guishao smiled. "You're too kind, junior brother. I won't stay any longer. I'll go ask the Titan Demon God to come over." Lin Feng escorted Guishao out. When night fell, he finally had some free time. Lin Feng went to Shiweiju's room. Shiweiju's room was decorated simply, but it didn't lack warmth. When she saw Lin Feng enter, she blushed. Lin Feng took out the yin-yang nature pill and said, "Chuer, you need to stabilize your cultivation during this period of time. Make sure you're fully prepared before refining this yin-yang nature pill and breaking through." "You're giving it to me?" Shiweizhu stared at the yin-yang nature pill in a daze. She naturally knew how valuable this pill was. If she took it to an auction, it would fetch an astronomical price. Lin Feng reached out and caressed Shiweizhu's beautiful face. "You're my woman. If I don't give it to you, who else can I give it to?" Shiweizhu was so moved that tears streamed down her face. She hugged Lin Feng and gave him a kiss. Not long after, a sound that would cause anyone's heart to pound could be heard from the room. 3 days later, loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The ground was shaking. "Quick, look! It's the Titan Fiend!" Countless disciples walked out and pointed into the distance, their faces filled with shock. 1,000-meter-tall Titan Fiend was walking towards them. Every step he took caused the ground to shake violently. The Titan Fiend was the largest living being on the Tianwu continent. If someone wanted to build a large palace or mountain, they had to pay an enormous price and sign a contract with the Titan Fiend. The Titan Fiend would help them build the desired mountain or palace. Lin Feng used the dragon search art to locate a spirit vein. He found a spirit vein. After the Titan Fiend arrived, Lin Feng had him build the palace at a location he had specified. After receiving the order, the Titan Fiend went deep into the mountains and carried over a 10,000-meter-tall mountain. He began to build the mountain and the palace. Countless disciples looked towards the mountain. According to Lin Feng's instructions, the Titan Fiend built the palace. The mountain had a main palace, 12 auxiliary palaces, and 72 side palaces. In addition, the Titan Fiend also built spiritual fields, lightning caves, gravity chambers, and other places for cultivation. He even opened up a forest of beasts. He could raise red-crowned cranes, spirit deer, and other spiritual beasts there. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction when he saw that the mountain had been built. Do you have any other requests? The Titan Fiend asked in a low, muffled voice. It's already quite good. Lin Feng nodded. The Titan Fiend asked, What do you want this mountain to be called? The name. Lin Feng frowned slightly as he pondered. The Tao he had created was the Autarka's Tao. Since that was the case, he decided to call it Autark Peak. Lin Feng looked at the Titan Fiend and said, This mountain shall be called Autark Peak. All right. The Titan Fiend nodded. He waved his enormous claws and carved the words Autark Peak into a cliff. Divine power poured into the words. The golden light was dazzling. Peak complete, God's descent! The Titan Fiend roared loudly. An enormous gate appeared above Autark Peak. It was a golden gate of the gods. It was unknown which spacetime it was connected to. An endless amount of golden light poured down from the golden divine gate. This is a spiritual shower. When it descends, it will form a great formation that protects the spiritual veins below the mountain, preventing them from dissipating. At the same time, the spiritual shower can also form various great formations that separate the spiritual fields, beast forests, and other places. At the same time, the spiritual shower will strengthen the lightning caves, wind valleys, gravity chambers, and other places, forming seals. Only with these seals will the lightning caves, wind valleys, gravity chambers, and other places be able to cultivate. Without these formations, this mountain would remain an ordinary mountain. Guo explained from the side. It's that mystical? Lin Feng was shocked. At this moment, the spiritual shower had already begun to condense into runes in the air. The dense runes intertwined and fused with the mountain. Very quickly, the spiritual energy in the spiritual fields swirled around, the lightning caves intertwined with each other, and numerous wind blades appeared in the wind valleys. Every part of Autark Peak was undergoing a shocking transformation. How powerful! A single rain of spiritual energy was enough to strengthen the seals of the entire mountain, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng was secretly shocked. The spiritual shower stopped. From afar, Autark Peak was shrouded in immortal energy. Chapter 784. Lin Feng walked around the mountain. The Supreme Peak had just been built. Although it was well equipped, there were no disciples, no spirit herbs, and no spirit beasts. Senior brother, we need to recruit disciples, plant spirit herbs, and raise spirit beasts to make the Supreme Peak more lively, Wang Hu said. Originally, Wang Hu called Lin Feng junior brother. However, that was because Lin Feng had entered the sect later than him, and they were both inner disciples. Now, Lin Feng had become a core disciple of the Yin-Yang realm. Wang Hu also changed the way he called Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, We can recruit the disciples who went to the ancient barbarian mining area with us first, then we can recruit the rest. Yes, I'll do it now, Wang Hu said. Leave the heavy responsibility of the Supreme Peak's chief steward to me. I will definitely take care of the Supreme Peak in an orderly manner. Old Drunkard grinned. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. If the position of Supreme Peak's chief steward was given to the unreliable Old Drunkard, the Supreme Peak would definitely be in a mess. Sure Wei Zhu wasn't suitable either because she was currently in seclusion, preparing to break through to the Yin-Yang realm. Therefore, Sure Wei Zhu didn't have much time to manage these mundane matters. Wang Hu was the most suitable candidate. They were both disciples from the Heaven-Mending Peak, and they knew each other well. They had experienced a life-and-death battle together in the ancient barbarian mining area, and their relationship was deep. Wang Hu, what do you think? Lin Feng looked at Old Drunkard. Old Drunkard pursed his lips. He naturally knew that Lin Feng was asking him if Wang Hu was suitable for the position of chief steward. Old Drunkard took a sip of wine and said, It's SOSO. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng planned to let Wang Hu handle many things in the Supreme Peak, and he was about to enter the small world in a flash to cultivate. Lin Feng won first place and received the reward of entering the small world in a flash to cultivate. The small world in a flash had the laws of time. 6 months in the outside world. 6 years in the small world in a flash. This was equivalent to 5.5 years of life snatching from the heavens. Lin Feng naturally had to make good use of the 6 years in the small world to cultivate a breakthrough in his cultivation base. Array formation, alchemy. None of them would be left behind. Not long after, Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, Wu Xiu Ma Yong, and Lu Ge arrived at the supreme peak. Wang Hu's face was extremely gloomy as he cursed. A bunch of ingrates, have you forgotten the kindness of senior brother Lin Feng? If it weren't for senior brother Lin Feng, they would have died in the mines. Now senior brother Lin Feng wants to recruit them, give them positions, and provide them with more cultivation resources. But they actually refuse to come to Sovereign Peak. Have their consciences been eaten by dogs? This is the human heart. Mo Yuning said. Wang Hu said coldly. Well said. Just wait and see. With senior brother Lin's talent, he will definitely be able to defeat Huang Fuqin Tian in the battle of life and death in 10 years. Mo Yuning and the other 3 smiled bitterly because it wasn't easy. They chose to join Sovereign Peak because if it weren't for Lin Feng in the Northern Wasteland City, even if they didn't die in the Northern Wasteland City, they would definitely have been tortured to death. So the 4 of them wanted to repay Lin Feng's kindness. As for the other inner disciples, it was even more difficult to recruit them. Although Lin Feng had shown great strength and talent, 10 years later he would have a battle of life and death with Huang Fuqin Tian. No one was optimistic about Lin Feng. Since they weren't optimistic about him, they naturally wouldn't bet their future on Lin Feng. There was no future in joining Sovereign Peak. This was also the main reason why Wang Hu couldn't recruit anyone. When Lin Feng saw Wang Hu and the others come back, he roughly guessed what had happened. The old drunkard grinned and said, "Forget it. Although you're a core disciple now, you're no different from a general without an army." Lin Feng smiled and said, "On the path of cultivation, one's own strength is the most fundamental. As for the rest, it's just a passing cloud. From now on, you guys can raise spirit beasts and plant spirit herbs on Sovereign Peak. Sovereign Peak doesn't need to recruit any more disciples." "Yes, senior brother." Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, and the others quickly responded. In the afternoon of the second day, Guixiao came to Lin Feng's place. "Junior brother, I'll take you to the small world," Guixiao said with a smile. "Is it very far?" Lin Feng asked. "It's not that far. It's about 15 kilometers away," Guixiao said. A distance of over 30 miles was only the distance between 2 mountain ranges. The Blue Cloud sect was a mountain range that stretched for hundreds of miles. Obviously, the entrance to the small world was inside the sect. Lin Feng and Guixiao went outside. A red-crowned crane flew over. The 2 of them sat on the crane and flew towards the depths. "Junior brother, do you see that? That place surrounded by celestial mist is the entrance to the small world." Guixiao pointed towards the depths. Lin Feng looked over and saw that the area was surrounded by celestial mist. There were intertwining runes around it. It was obvious that there were powerful restrictions. If anyone dared to trespass, they would definitely be attacked by the restrictions. The 2 of them arrived in front of the celestial mist. Guixiao cupped his fist and said, "I'm here to bring junior brother Lin Feng, the champion of the intersect competition, to enter the small world to cultivate." Rumble. A series of loud sounds could be heard. Immediately after, the white mist began to disperse. In the air, a golden light shone from the world of white mist. The golden light that shot out transformed into a golden staircase. It extended all the way out. "Junior brother, I can only send you here. I wish you a great improvement in your cultivation in the small world of white mist," Guixiao said with a smile. "Thank you, senior brother. I'll go in then." Lin Feng didn't stop. After saying goodbye to Guixiao, he followed the golden staircase and walked towards the depths of the world of white mist. When he entered the world of white mist, the white mist that had originally dispersed closed again. Guixiao rode the red-crowned crane and left. "Let's go back and report." The 2 disciples hidden in the dark looked at each other and left. They arrived at Qintian Peak. The 2 of them knelt outside the main hall and said, "Senior brother, Lin Feng has entered the small world of white mist to cultivate. Inside the main hall, Huangfu Qingtian was sitting cross-legged. There were more than 10 disciples standing around him. These disciples. Their auras were powerful and deep. These people were obviously the core disciples who had sided with Huangfu Qingtian. There was even the Holy Son, Luo Shitian. Damn it, this opportunity should have been mine! Lu Mingyan screamed, her eyes flashing with resentment from time to time. Junior sister Lu, I'll send you to the secret realm of heaven to train again. You can hone your cultivation there, Huangfu Qingtian said. Thank you, senior brother. Lu Mingyan was delighted and hurriedly bowed to Huangfu Qingtian. Luo Shitian said, Senior brother, do you really want to fight Lin Feng in 10 years? He mentioned 10 years because he's worried that you'll kill him. That's why he's delaying it for 10 years, Huangfu Qingtian said. Of course I know he's trying to stall for time, but since he proposed a 10-year life or death battle in front of so many people, if I refuse, it would seem that I'm too narrow-minded. Since he wants to challenge me in 10 years, I'll give him 10 years, Luo Shitian said. Senior brother, you're not afraid of him, but we hate him. That's why we want to get rid of him in advance. Senior brother, you won't blame us, right? Huangfu Qingtian smiled and said, Do your own thing. It's none of my business. Yes, we know what to do. Chapter 785. In the depths of the world of white fog, there was a huge door. It was a huge bluestone door, suspended in the void. Lin Feng guessed that the bluestone door should be connected to a spatial node. Behind the bluestone door should be the small world of moments. 2 old men sat cross-legged on the left and right sides of the bluestone door. Their eyes were closed, as if they were one with this void world. The 2 old men were the guardians of the small world of moments. Their strength was abnormally strong, and could be described as unfathomable. Show me your identity token and verify your identity. The old man on the left opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, took out his identity token, and handed it to the old man on the left. The old man checked it and found that there was no problem, so he returned the token to Lin Feng. Lin Feng put away his identity token. The 2 old men, one on the left and one on the right, shot out dazzling divine light. The light poured into the bluestone door. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the bluestone door. Soon, the bluestone door opened. Inside the bluestone door was a distorted ball of light. That distorted ball of light was the passage to the small world of moments. After entering, you can find a place to open up a cave and cultivate, but whether you can find the immortal land depends on your own ability. Remember, you can only open up one cave. If you destroy the small world of moments, you will be deprived of the right to cultivate in it, one of the old men said. Yes, disciple will remember, Lin Feng replied. Then, he entered the small world of moments. He felt that he was wrapped in a ball of shocking energy. The sky and earth spun. In the next moment, he landed in a forest. Roar! As soon as he landed, a roar sounded. Then, a huge claw in the sky slapped down. If this claw hit him, he would definitely be smashed into meat paste. Lin Feng quickly dodged to the left, avoiding the powerful claw. Bang! The huge claw hit the ground, and the earth collapsed. Lin Feng, who retreated 100 meters, looked at the beast that attacked him with a surprised expression. It was a huge brown bear. It was over 1,000 meters tall. Violent earth bear. It was actually this kind of creature. This was a type of ferocious beast that belonged to the earth element. It was extremely strong. It was clear that this small world was not a safe place. Since this place was called a small world, it must be extremely large. Secondly, there must be many opportunities in this place. Finally, this place must be very dangerous. What was an opportunity? Opportunity and danger coexisted. Only then could it be called an opportunity. The violent earth bear roared and charged at Lin Feng once more. It waved its huge claws and slammed them down. Lin Feng didn't dodge. He directly reached out and grabbed the violent earth bear's claw. Then he exerted force with both hands. He directly threw the violent earth bear out. A muffled bang was heard. The violent earth bear fell to the ground. Immediately he felt dizzy from the fall. This violent earth bear was obviously very intelligent. When it saw Lin Feng rushing over, its incomparably huge body directly drilled into the ground and disappeared. Earth escape technique. It's a pity that I haven't cultivated the Yellow Emperor Divine Dragon Fist. If I had cultivated this sacred art, I would be able to control the power of the earth element and use the earth escape technique. The violent earth bear wouldn't be able to escape from my hands. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He didn't stop and quickly rushed into the depths. The spirit energy in the mountain forest is indeed dense. It's at least 10 times denser than the spirit energy outside. Lin Feng was slightly surprised when he sensed the spirit energy in the mountain forest. However, Lin Feng also knew the best place to cultivate in this small world was a place with a spirit spring. But it was very difficult to find a spirit spring. However, for Lin Feng, who knew the dragon searching incantation, finding a spirit spring was not particularly difficult. He went to more than a dozen mountain ranges one after another, using the dividing metal and fixing acupoints method recorded in the dragon searching incantation to find a spirit spring. Finally, when Lin Feng arrived at the 16th mountain range, he found a spirit spring. The spirit spring was located in the depths of the mountain range. Lin Feng opened up a cave. What made Lin Feng extremely happy was that the spirit spring that gushed out from the depths of the mountain range was actually as thick as an arm. One had to know that a spirit spring as thick as a thumb was already very rare. The dragon searching incantation is really mysterious. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in wonder. He was thinking, if he met the immeasurable Taoist again, would he continue to get some powerful methods from him? The mountain-moving Taoist inheritance was too powerful. Whether it was the dragon searching incantation or the method of breaking formations, they could all be said to be mysterious. Unfathomable. After opening up the cave, Lin Feng built a stone bed, a stone table, and other furniture, and simply decorated the cave. This spirit spring could be drunk directly. The spirit spring was a liquid formed by the pure spirit energy of heaven and earth gathered together. Drinking the spirit spring every day, one's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng had once read a story in the records of the heavens. The story was written like this. In ancient times, the ancient sacred Emperor Shennong found a magical seed in the depths of the starry sky world and brought it back. Shennong cultivated the seed. This seed was called rice, and could be ground into rice. These grains were all golden in color, and they were shaped like a golden dragon. This rice was called dragon crystal rice by Shennong. If a mortal ate dragon crystal rice for a year, they could break through to the yin-yang realm. If a mortal ate dragon crystal rice for 2 years, they could break through to the creation realm. If a mortal ate dragon crystal rice for 3 years, they could break through to the life and death realm. And this kind of dragon crystal rice was naturally very troublesome to cultivate, and the production was extremely low. In fact, in essence, dragon crystal rice was very similar to spirit spring. Both were pure energy. Of course, there were differences between energy. The energy of spirit spring was naturally different from the energy of dragon crystal rice. But drinking spirit spring every day was the same as eating dragon crystal rice. It could greatly increase one's cultivation. Lin Feng set up a few large formations outside the cave and thousands of restrictions to hide the cave. Then, Lin Feng officially began 6 years of cultivation in the small world. Lin Feng would study the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists every day, studying large formations, and studying alchemy. A year later, Lin Feng finally succeeded in cultivating the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists, and broke through to the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. Lin Feng used another 3 years to stabilize his cultivation. At the same time, he worked hard to cultivate the few powerful divine abilities that he had mastered. Lin Feng also successfully cultivated the last 2 stages of the 4th level of the Sword Tao Spirit. 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, and 1 Sword Eternity. After combining the 4 Sword Tao Spirits, Lin Feng finally raised the sword Dao spirit to the level of sword intent. Blade intent. Sword intent. These were the two concepts that Lin Feng had comprehended. Lin Feng's spirit array master realm had also broken through to the peak of the earth stage. He was only one step away from breaking through to the heaven stage. If he could break through to the heaven stage, his status in the Spirit Array Master Guild would rise. Lin Feng's alchemist realm had also broken through to the peak of the earth stage. The reason why his Spirit Array Master and alchemist realm were unable to break through to the heaven stage. The main reason was that Lin Feng's soul power did not meet the requirements to break through to the Spirit Array Master and alchemist realm. Now, Lin Feng's soul power had broken through to the 7th level of the creation realm. If his soul power could break through again, he might be able to break through to the Spirit Array Master and alchemist realm. Squeak, 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 squeak! At this moment, a white figure flashed into the cave. It was Dragon Rabbit. It waved its little claws and excitedly expressed some things to Lin Feng. Chapter 786. Are you saying that you found the golden dragon fruit? The golden dragon fruit was rumored to be a fruit formed by fusing with the golden dragon's bloodline. The 7th level of the yin-yang realm was called the golden core realm. A golden core would condense in one's body. Condensing a golden core was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Countless cultivators were trapped at the 6th level of the yin-yang realm, unable to break through to the 7th level of the yin-yang realm. However, in this world there were some heavenly treasures that could help cultivators break through. For example, the golden dragon fruit. It could help cultivators condense a golden core. This was a heavenly treasure that everyone dreamed of. However, how difficult was it to find such a heavenly treasure? Lin Feng never thought that the dragon rabbit would actually find the golden dragon fruit in a small world. Lin Feng's current cultivation was at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. He was not too far away from breaking through to the 7th level of the yin-yang realm. Therefore, this golden dragon fruit was very important to Lin Feng. Bring me there to take a look, Lin Feng said. Creak, creak, creak. The dragon rabbit immediately bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Are you saying that there are many terrifying monsters living there? Lin Feng said. The dragon rabbit immediately nodded, and its big black eyes were filled with a terrified expression. Lin Feng said, It's fine, with me here, nothing will happen. Although the dragon rabbit was a little unwilling, it could only nod and jump onto Lin Feng's shoulders since Lin Feng wanted to go. The man and the rabbit left together. Half a day later, the dragon rabbit brought Lin Feng into a pitch-black forest. Even during the day, the forest was gloomy and shrouded in black qi. Upon entering, Lin Feng felt waves of cold energy surge towards him and engulf his entire body. On the ground, there were many skeletons of vicious beasts. Only white bones were left of the skeletons, and their flesh seemed to have been gnawed away. What kind of vicious beasts are here? Looking at the white bones, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Dragon Rabbit was young, so it was difficult for him to express himself clearly. Lin Feng still didn't know what kind of ferocious beast lived in the depths of the forest. But look at the white bones here. It was clear. This place was surely filled with danger, and the slightest carelessness might cause one to die a graveless death. He carefully walked into the dense forest. Meanwhile, the dragon rabbit grabbed onto Lin Feng's head with its little claws, and its big black eyes scanned the surroundings with a look of horror and vigilance. Dragon Rabbit, this little fellow, was usually very courageous and was not afraid of anything. But when it came here, it was so frightened and fearful. Lin Feng knew. The living beings of this place. It would definitely be terrifying. He went deep into the forest. A valley appeared in the depths of the forest. In the depths of the valley, there was an ancient tree. A golden dragon-shaped fruit grew on the ancient tree. This was the golden dragon fruit. In the beginning, the golden dragon fruit would bear a few hundred pieces. However, during the growth process, the golden dragon fruit that grew the most vigorously would devour the other golden dragon fruits. When the time was right, there was only one left. Obviously, the golden dragon fruit that Lin Feng saw had already matured. Swoosh! Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit and quickly flew towards the golden dragon fruit. Because he knew that danger lurked everywhere here. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to pluck the golden dragon fruit before the ferocious beasts could react. Then, he quickly left, catching the other party off guard. But when Lin Feng arrived 10 meters away from the ancient tree, the ground cracked open. A huge ferocious beast that was close to 2 meters long flew out. This kind of ferocious beast was too strange. Looking carefully, it looked like an ant, a mantis, a spider, and a scorpion. It was a kind of ferocious beast that didn't look like anything. It emitted a cold and terrifying aura, and its sharp claws scratched towards Lin Feng. Fast. Too fast. Lin Feng hurriedly dodged, but he couldn't completely avoid it. Puff. That ferocious beast grabbed onto Lin Feng's left arm. Even with Lin Feng's powerful body, it was easily torn open. Blood immediately flowed out. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this kind of ferocious beast was. It definitely had the strength to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly stabilized his body, but at this time, something terrible happened. From the ground, one after another, ferocious beasts rushed out. There were hundreds of them. Lin Feng and the dragon rabbit were completely surrounded. Oh my God! Seeing those ferocious beasts, Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. One ferocious beast had already hurt him, let alone so many of them? They were definitely able to kill him. Black Dragon's sword, come out! Lin Feng quickly took out the Black Dragon's sword. Screech! A huge beast king gave the order to attack, and then, a dense group of ferocious beasts rushed towards Lin Feng. The dragon rabbit was trembling in fear. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. He knew that at this moment, he had to use his strongest technique, or he would very likely die under the claws of these ferocious beasts. Now that Lin Feng had broken through to the Yin-Yang realm, he no longer needed to burn his lifespan to use the Black Dragon sword. The first seal of the Black Dragon sword was broken, and its power increased greatly. Lin Feng's magic power crazily poured into the Black Dragon sword. Waves of berserk energy suddenly exploded. Lin Feng held the Black Dragon sword and slashed at the surrounding ferocious beasts. Swish! A dazzling sword light swept out, and the ferocious beasts were sent flying. Lin Feng held the Black Dragon sword, and even a peak Yin-Yang realm cultivator would be killed by him. But the Black Dragon sword slashed at the ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts were unharmed. Their defense was too terrifying. Little White, quickly go and pick the golden dragon fruit! Lin Feng shouted. He couldn't be distracted now. He could only let the dragon rabbit do it. The dragon rabbit was so scared that its whole body was trembling. It squeaked, as if urging Lin Feng to run for his life and forget about the golden dragon fruit. When the dragon rabbit saw that Lin Feng had no intention of leaving, it immediately became discouraged. It gritted its teeth and rushed towards the golden dragon fruit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, more than a dozen ferocious beasts rushed towards the dragon rabbit. The attacks of these ferocious beasts were too powerful. As long as the dragon rabbit was hit, it would be fatal. But the dragon rabbit dodged in the air, nimbly dodging the attacks of more than a dozen ferocious beasts. This was the dragon rabbit's ability. It could find heaven and earth treasures, and many of them were guarded by powerful ferocious beasts. If one wanted to snatch a heaven and earth treasure from a ferocious beast, they naturally needed to have some ability. Although the dragon rabbit's attacks weren't strong enough, its dodging ability was unparalleled. It hugged the golden dragon fruit and plucked it. Then, it rushed towards Lin Feng. Seeing that the dragon rabbit had returned, Lin Feng shouted and activated the Black Dragon sword with all his strength. He tore open a gap in the encirclement of the ferocious beasts, and rushed out with the dragon rabbit. The beast king behind them roared angrily and quickly chased after them. But Lin Feng's speed was too fast, and he quickly left the group of ferocious beasts behind without a trace. Haha, I got the golden dragon fruit, what a great opportunity! Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He and the dragon rabbit quickly returned to their residence. When they arrived at the mountain where his cave was located, 3 cultivators flew over from afar. In front was a female cultivator. Behind her were 2 male cultivators. "Senior brother, save me!" The female cultivator's face was pale. When she saw Lin Feng, she quickly flew over and looked at Lin Feng with a pleading expression. This made Lin Feng very surprised. These 3 people were obviously cultivators of the Blue Cloud sect. To be able to enter the small world to cultivate, this meant that their identities were not simple. Why were the 2 male cultivators chasing after this female cultivator? This was the Blue Cloud sect's holy land. The 2 male cultivators dared to chase after a female cultivator of the same sect. Wasn't this too daring? Chapter 787. The female disciple had already reached Lin Feng's side. Looking at her up close, he realized how beautiful she was. She was tall and had an exquisite face. Of course, the most impressive thing about her was her rosy cherry lips. Delicate and alluring. Savoring the taste of her cherry lips. Presumably, this was something any man would want to do. Lin Feng didn't know what had happened to make them kill each other. "Boy, get lost. Don't hinder our work," a male cultivator who had chased after them said coldly. These 2 actually dared to chase after a fellow disciple in a small world. They were truly audacious. Lin Feng guessed that they had someone backing them up. That was why they were so fearless. Lin Feng only felt disgust and disdain for these kinds of people. He coldly glanced at the 2 and said indifferently, "Oh? You want me to get lost? Just based on your words, I'm going to interfere in today's matter. Now kneel down and apologize to me, and I'll spare you because we're from the same sect. Otherwise, I'll break one of your legs as the price for daring to be presumptuous in front of me." Lin Feng had always been domineering. Not to mention that he had a 10-year life and death battle with Huangfu Qingtian. He was already fearless. No matter who you are. How could a barefooted person be afraid of someone wearing shoes? Even if you're the son of the sect master, if you dare to show off in front of me, I'll still dare to cripple you. No big deal. I'll just walk away. The world is so big. If there's no place for me, there'll be a place for me. When the blue-robed cultivator heard Lin Feng telling him to kowtow and apologize, a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Where did this reckless brat come from? How dare you talk to me like this? Do you know who I am?" Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "Who are you? Tell me." "I'm from the Noble Peak," the blue-robed disciple said coldly. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He had naturally heard of the Noble Peak. The peak lord of the Noble Peak was called Junzi Hao. This person was a senior core disciple. Moreover, this person's identity wasn't simple. It was rumored that he was the great-great-grandson of a grand elder. "You are Jun Zihao?" Lin Feng looked at the blue-clothed cultivator indifferently. The corner of the blue-clothed cultivator's mouth twitched violently. He said coldly, "Brat, are you deliberately making fun of me? So you're not Jun Zihao. Looks like you're Jun Zihao's dog. How dare a dog bark in front of me? Are you courting death?" Lin Feng said disdainfully. His name was Li Jian, and he was Jun Zihao's personal guard. He was in the Yinyang realm. The other person was called Zhang Chao, who was also Gentleman Hao's guard. He was also in the Yinyang realm. Li Jian was originally a loose cultivator. Once, Li Jian had a grudge with someone. The other party came to seek revenge and captured Li Jian's family to threaten Li Jian. However, Li Jian left without even looking back. Clearly, Li Jian was a cold-hearted person. He only cared about his own life. Why would he care about the life and death of his family? This matter was witnessed by Jun Zihao, and Jun Zihao admired Li Jian's character of not doing anything for himself. In Jun Zihao's opinion, people like Li Jian were ruthless and merciless, and they could achieve great things. Therefore, he had taken Li Jian as his servant. After joining the Blue Cloud sect, Li Jian had received a large amount of cultivation resources, and his cultivation had broken through to the Yin-Yang realm. Li Jian was indeed Jun Zihao's dog. However, he would never allow others to say such things about him. Li Jian's expression darkened, and he looked coldly at Lin Feng. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, how dare you humiliate me? You don't know what's good for you. I'll make you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy later." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jian leaped forward and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a core disciple. Li Jian was just Jun Ziheo's guard. His status was worlds apart from Lin Feng's. He had actually dared to attack Lin Feng. From this, one could see just how lawless this was. "I'll help you!" shouted Zhang Chao coldly. He knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was not weak, so he joined forces to attack Lin Feng. The two of them attacked from the left and right. 10,000 beasts galloping. Raging flames. The two of them were attacking Lin Feng from the left and the right. They were attacking Lin Feng from both sides. Their attacks were ferocious and overbearing. One of them condensed a phantom image of 10,000 beasts running towards Lin Feng. The other turned into a raging flame and swallowed it. "Senior brother, be careful." The female cultivator's face was full of worry. She knew how powerful these two were. Lin Feng was so young. 1 against 2. How could he win? "Kneel!" shouted Lin Feng coldly while facing the two cultivators' attacks. His force dispersed in the air and moved towards the two cultivators. Suddenly, all of the attacks had vanished into thin air. The two of them looked as if they had been struck by lightning. Thump, thump, thump! They both knelt on the ground. Crack, crack! Many of their bones were broken. Their faces were pale. Only now did they know how terrifying Lin Feng was. The female cultivator behind him opened her red lips slightly, looking at everything in front of her in disbelief. Li Jian and Zhang Chao were at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. But they were suppressed by this senior brother in front of them. How strong was this senior brother? Scram! Lin Feng sneered and waved his right hand. The two of them were directly sent flying. Crack, crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard again. The two arms that were not broken were also broken. Li Jian and Zhang Chao screamed. There were many rules in this small world. Fighting was allowed, but killing was not allowed. Otherwise, one would be punished. If they were outside, these two dared to offend Lin Feng, they would have become dead people. Li Jian and Zhang Chao got up from the ground and looked at Lin Feng with resentment, then quickly left. "Thank you for saving our lives, senior brother." The female cultivator quickly thanked him. "Okay, it's fine now. You can leave," Lin Feng said. The female cultivator was about to cry. "Senior brother, save me. If you don't save me, my fate will be very tragic," Lin Feng said. "Come with me." The female cultivator was delighted and quickly followed Lin Feng into the cave. When she saw the huge spirit spring in the cave, she was stunned. With such a huge spirit spring, this place was really a paradise. Lin Feng looked at the female cultivator and asked, "What's your name? Who are you? Why are you being chased? Tell me clearly." The female cultivator said, "My name is Baiying. I'm a rogue cultivator." "A rogue cultivator?" Lin Feng frowned. "Why is a rogue cultivator wearing the Blue Cloud Sect's uniform? How did you enter the Blue Cloud Sect's small world? Even though I'm a sect disciple, it's very difficult for me to enter the small world. It's like this. When I was training, I met someone called Jun Ziheo. He's the great-great-grandson of one of the Blue Cloud Sect's supreme elders. A while ago, Jun Ziheo sent someone to find me. He wanted to make a deal with me," Baiying explained. Lin Feng was surprised. "What kind of deal?" "Jun Ziheo said that he needed 10 Yin spirit pills. My constitution is very special, and I have a Yin spirit body. The Yin spirit body in my body can fuse with some spirit herbs to form Yin spirit pills. Yin spirit pills can temper the soul's purity. Jun Ziheo said that he wanted me to cultivate here for a year. Senior brother, as you know, rogue cultivators like us lack cultivation resources. Being able to cultivate in the Blue Cloud Sect's holy land for a year is something we can only dream of, so I agreed. After arriving at the Blue Cloud Sect, Jun Zihao found someone to help me register as a disciple. Then, he gave me a medallion to enter the small world. After coming in, I found out that Jun Zihao didn't want the Yin spirit pills. His goal was actually me. He wanted my Yin spirit body. My Yin spirit body, along with the water spirit body and the ice spirit body, is known as the best body among the 3 great cultivation furnaces. Jun Zihao wanted to force a relationship with me so that he could use my Yin spirit body to break through. When Baiying said this, she started crying again. Lin Feng could understand how Baiying felt at that moment. She was a rogue cultivator. Cultivation resources were hard to come by. She had thought that Jun Zihao's deal was a mutually beneficial one, but now she knew that she had been deceived. Jun Zihao is preparing to absorb my qi, so I took the opportunity to escape. He sent people to chase me. Senior brother, please save me. If you don't save me, I won't be able to escape. My Yin spirit body is very beneficial to my cultivation. I'm willing to dual cultivate with you. Chapter 788. Bai Ying's face was flushed red. It was obvious that she needed a lot of courage to say such words. Lin Feng looked at Bai Ying's straight and slender legs without any gaps, and there were also cinnabar red marks on her wrists. Obviously, this Bai Ying had never experienced a man's virginity. The Yin spirit body was one of the 3 top quality cultivation furnaces in the world of cultivators. This kind of physique was very rare. However, once it appeared, it would make countless cultivators go crazy. This was because dual cultivating with a female cultivator with a Yin spirit body would allow one's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Others might not be able to increase their strength even if they cultivated hard. And cultivators with Yin spirit body dual cultivation partners could do things that made people float in the clouds time and time again in bed. Not only would their bodies feel good, their cultivation could also increase by a large margin. Who wouldn't go crazy? Why was Lu Mingyan valued by Huangfu Qingtian? How many beauties were there in the world? There were also many peerless beauties who were in love with Huangfu Qingtian. Why didn't Huangfu Qingtian treat those women differently? Why did he value Lu Mingyan so much? It was because Lu Mingyan had a water spirit body. One of the 3 great dual cultivation physiques in the world of cultivators. Huangfu Qingtian's divine arts were mysterious, and it was widely rumored that he wanted to break through to the creation realm. In fact, Huangfu Qingtian didn't want to break through to the creation realm. He wanted to break through to the life and death realm. Comprehending the laws of life and death. Breaking through to the life and death realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the entire Sky Martial continent, there were probably not many cultivators of this realm. Huangfu Qingtian nurtured Lu Mingyan so that he could dual cultivate with her in order to break through. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything for a long time, Bai Ying's tears immediately flowed down. Senior brother, do you think Bai Ying is not beautiful enough? Bai Ying overestimated myself. Thank you for saving my life, senior brother. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. With that, Bai Ying walked out. Lin Feng grabbed Bai Ying's soft jade hand and said, Junior sister Bai, you misunderstood me. Bai Ying was overjoyed, and said with a red face, Senior brother, do you agree to dual cultivation with Bai Ying? Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Bai Ying was very shy before, and she seemed to be a very pure woman. After all, it wasn't easy for a Yin spirit to remain a virgin until now. However, after she said that she wanted to dual cultivate with Lin Feng, her courage seemed to have grown. Lin Feng said, Dual cultivation isn't a small matter, and I already have a woman in the sect. Isn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Especially powerful men. Which one of them doesn't have many wives and concubines? Lin Feng. Bai Ying bit her red lips. She seemed to know that Lin Feng was also hesitating. After struggling for a while, she took the initiative to hug Lin Feng. Her pink cherry lips bit Lin Feng's lips. Was he forcefully kissed? Lin Feng's eyes widened. This was the first time in his life. He also took the initiative to respond to Bai Ying. It was indeed as Bying had said. In the secular world, it was normal for a man to have multiple wives. Let alone the world of cultivators. In order to seek protection, many female cultivators would even seek refuge with some powerful cultivators. Then, they would become the dual cultivation partners of those powerful cultivators. Bying was a rogue cultivator. Only rogue cultivators knew how difficult it was to be a rogue cultivator. Bying wasn't an ordinary rogue cultivator. She also had a Yin spirit body. Countless people wanted a dual cultivation physique. Fortunately, those old monsters didn't know that Bying had a Yin spirit body. If they knew, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being captured by those old monsters. As for Lin Feng, he was young, powerful, handsome, and had a warm personality. Bying naturally wanted to capture such a man. This was the first time Bying had such contact with a man, so her movements were unfamiliar and clumsy. However, this made Lin Feng feel excited. While Lin Feng and Bying were being intimate, Li Jian and Zhang Chao arrived in front of a cave. The two of them knelt on the ground. "Young master, this servant is useless." Bying was rescued. The two of them trembled as they spoke. They knew how vicious and merciless Jun Zihao was. This matter wasn't handled well. If Jun Zihao descended, he would be furious. That kind of anger wasn't something they could bear. The two of them had seen with their own eyes a colleague killed by Jun Zihao because he didn't do a good job. Therefore, they were worried that they would be punished the same way. "What? She was rescued? The two of you went to chase after Bying, yet she was rescued by someone else?" An angry roar came from the cave. Soon after, a white-clothed cultivator walked out. This white-clothed cultivator was originally very handsome. But now, his face was distorted. It made people shudder. Li Jian, Zhang Chao, and Zhang Jiang were trembling in fear. After Jun Zihao came out and saw that Li Jian and Zhang Chao's arms were broken, his anger subsided a little. He said in a low voice, "Who is it? Who dares to hurt my people? Who dares to steal my woman?" This Jun Zihao was ruthless to his subordinates. But Jun Zihao didn't allow others to hurt his subordinates. One had to look at the owner before hitting a dog. In Jun Zihao's opinion, anyone who dared to hit his subordinates was a provocation to him. "It's the disciple who took first place in the intersect competition. His name is Lin Feng," Zhang Chao said. Li Jian and Zhang Chao weren't cultivating in Suyu's pocket world, so they weren't qualified. The two of them had brought Bying in. They had been outside Suyu's pocket world, so they were very clear about what had happened during the intersect competition. "That's the guy who fought Huangfu Qingtian for 10 years. It seems that he knows he's going to die, so he doesn't have any scruples. As long as he can increase his strength, he dares to do anything. Now, he dares to steal my woman. He's courting death." Jun Zihao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at Li Jian and Zhang Chao and asked in a low voice, "Did you tell him my name?" Li Jian said, "We did, but that kid didn't take you seriously at all. However, he's really strong. Even if we join forces, we're still no match for him." Jun Zihao said indifferently, "Take me to where that kid cultivates." "Yes, sir. Please come with us." Li Jian and Zhang Chao stood up and brought Jun Zihao to Lin Feng's cave. "Senior brother, the spirit spring here is so thick and the energy it contains is so pure. I saw a spirit spring at Jun Zihao's place, but it was only as thick as a thumb. The energy it contained couldn't be compared to the spirit spring here." Lin Feng smiled and said, "The spirit spring here should be the biggest one within 1,000 miles. I don't know if there are any other spirit springs that are bigger than this one. Can I drink the spirit spring water here?" Bying asked, blushing. She had been so passionate with Lin Feng that she almost couldn't breathe. Now that it was over, she was embarrassed. "Of course you can. The spirit spring water is very beneficial for cultivation," Lin Feng said with a smile. Right at that moment, bang! There was a loud sound. The cave's restrictions had been shaken. Then, a cold laugh came from outside the cave. "Kid, get the hell out here, it's Jun Zihao." Bai Ying's body trembled when she heard that voice. Her face was pale and she looked terrified. Even though Lin Feng's cultivation level was extremely high. However, Jun Ziheo's cultivation seemed to be even stronger. Chapter 789. Seeing Bai Ying's terrified expression, Lin Feng's heart ached. He reached out to touch Bai Ying's delicate face and said, "Don't worry, it's just a clown. I'll be back soon." When Bai Ying saw how confident Lin Feng was, she didn't feel so worried anymore. She blushed and nodded. Swoosh. The restriction dissipated, and Lin Feng walked out of the cave, looking coldly at the clamoring cultivator. Lin Feng walked out of the restriction and looked at Jun Ziheo coldly. "You're Jun Ziheo? Who do you think you are? How dare you make such a big fuss outside my cave abode? Do you want to die?" Jun Ziheo was furious. How dare this kid talk to him like that? Jun Ziheo had never encountered such a situation before. Jun Ziheo was at the 8th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. He was very strong. Naturally, he wouldn't take Lin Feng, who had just become a core disciple, seriously. He sneered and said, "Kid, no one in the sect has ever dared to offend me. You're the first. I have to admire your courage, but do you think I won't dare to teach you a lesson?" In a flash, the small world does indeed prohibit sect members from killing each other. However, I won't kill you. I'll break your legs. If the sect wants to pursue the matter, I can say that I accidentally injured you during a spar. The sect can't do anything to me. Jun Ziheo laughed sinisterly. He was very confident in himself. Jun Ziheo's cultivation was also very strong. He leaped up and used a grappling hand to grab Lin Feng. Jun Ziheo attacked, and the wind howled like a fierce tiger. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He had thought that Jun Ziheo was a spoiled brat. It seemed that he had guessed wrong. Jun Ziheo was ruthless and arrogant. However, he was very capable. His grappling hand had been cultivated to the point where it was as pure as fire. Suddenly he grabbed. Its power was boundless. It wouldn't be a problem to deal with ordinary cultivators. However, Jun Ziheo's opponent was Lin Feng. From Lin Feng's point of view, Jun Ziheo was full of flaws. When the great grappling hand was about to grab him, Lin Feng moved a step to the left. Jun Ziheo's attack. Instantly he missed. How is this possible? Jun Ziheo's face was filled with disbelief. Bang! In the next moment, Jun Ziheo felt an intense pain engulf his entire body. He was punched in the stomach by Lin Feng. His entire body was sent flying, and his face was pale. Seeing this, Li Jian, Zhang Chao, and Zhang Xian were completely dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that the Gentlemen's Grand Assembly would be able to defeat Lin Feng. However, after the fight, just one move, Lin Feng had beaten Jun Ziheo until his face was pale and his whole body was trembling. It was obvious that Jun Ziheo had been injured by Lin Feng's punch. That brat must be lucky to have dodged my attack. Jun Ziheo gritted his teeth. He did not believe that Lin Feng had the strength to defeat him. Martial Soul, Day and Night Reversal. Suddenly, Gentleman Hero roared. His dantian was filled with light. Waves of tyrannical energy surged out. Two lights, one black and one white, shot out from Gentleman Hero's dantian. Jun Ziheo wanted to use his martial soul to deal with Lin Feng. The sky suddenly darkened. Jun Ziheo couldn't even see his fingers in front of him. What a strange martial soul. Lin Feng was shocked. He released his divine will and sensed a faintly discernible aura approaching him from his left. It was Gentleman Hero. Lin Feng's soul power was at the 7th layer of fortune. He was too strong. No matter how Jun Ziheo tried to hide his aura, he couldn't hide it from Lin Feng. The Sky Tyrant Lightning Incantation. Lin Feng waved his right hand. A ball of lightning condensed and shot towards Jun Ziheo. Jun Ziheo had wanted to take advantage of the darkness to launch a sneak attack on Lin Feng. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would discover him. Jun Ziheo's body suddenly jumped, and he disappeared. Lin Feng's ball of lightning exploded in midair. Then, it disappeared. It didn't hit Gentleman Hero. Jun Zihao's methods were really strange. Whoosh! Suddenly, the darkness disappeared, and it became day. A blinding light shone. Lin Feng's eyes were suddenly blinded, and he couldn't help but close them. Behind Lin Feng, Jun Zihao suddenly exploded and punched towards Lin Feng. Night and day alternated. The sudden change in light and darkness was the best way for Gentleman Hero to hide his tracks. Then he suddenly attacked Lin Feng. Jun Zihao's lips curled into a cold expression. He thought that his attack was going to succeed. Boom! But at that moment, Lin Feng's body emitted a strong force. That powerful force ruthlessly slammed into Jun Zihao's body. Jun Zihao was sent flying. There was a thump. Jun Zihao fell to the ground. His face was pale. He wanted to get up and run. But a strong force suppressed Jun Zihao, making it difficult for him to move. How dare you humiliate me like this? Jun Zihao gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Feng. Did you just say that you wanted to break my legs? Looks like you don't have the strength to do so. I'll take your legs. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he walked towards Jun Zihao. He raised his right foot and was about to stomp on him. Spare me! Jun Zihao screamed in fear. Faced with the fate of having his legs crippled, Jun Zihao was terrified. How can I spare you? Lin Feng sneered. His foot was about to land on Jun Zihao. Jun Zihao shouted, I'm willing to redeem my legs. Oh? Redeem your legs? Lin Feng's foot stopped in midair, and he looked at Jun Zihao in surprise. This was a good suggestion. If Jun Zihao's legs were crippled, he would only need to recuperate for a while to recover, and Lin Feng wouldn't get any benefits. If Jun Zihao wanted to redeem his legs, Lin Feng would get a lot of benefits. Jun Zihao was the great-great-grandson of a Grand Elder. He would definitely have a lot of good stuff. When Jun Zihao saw that Lin Feng hadn't stomped on his legs, he sighed in relief and said, How about 2,000 top-grade spirit stones for my legs? 2,000 top-grade spirit stones could be considered a huge fortune. However, Lin Feng didn't want to let Jun Zihao off so easily. He said indifferently, So your legs are that cheap? Jun Zihao's mouth twitched violently. 2,000 top-grade spirit stones is all I have. Lin Feng said indifferently. That's not enough. I can only redeem half of your legs, and I'll need to add more things. Jun Zihao looked like he wanted to die. 2,000 top-grade spirit stones weren't enough? Jun Zihao was being greedy. However, Jun Zihao didn't dare to resist. He said, Then I'll give you a top-grade prized artifact flying sword. I don't care about a lousy flying sword. You're the great-great-grandson of a Grand Elder. Do you have any Dao artifacts? Lin Feng smiled at Jun Zihao. Chapter 790. When Lin Feng saw Jun Zihao's expression, he knew that he wasn't telling the truth. Lin Feng looked coldly at Jun Zihao and said, It seems like you don't want your legs anymore. If that's the case, I'll have to cripple them. Wait! Jun Zihao shouted, his face pale. Lin Feng looked at Jun Zihao with a half-smile. What? Do you understand now? I really don't have a Dao weapon, but I do have a semi-finished one. Jun Zihao looked like he was about to cry. A semi-finished Dao weapon? Lin Feng looked at Jun Zihao in surprise. A semi-finished Dao weapon meant that it hadn't become a true Dao weapon yet. Jun Zihao said, This is a defensive Dao weapon, but I made some mistakes during the forging process. I didn't have enough materials, so it could only be made into a semi-finished Dao weapon. It's not as strong as a Dao weapon, but it's dozens of times stronger than a peak Dao weapon. If I can find some divine materials in the future, and find a powerful blacksmith to reforge it, I should be able to turn it into a true Dao weapon. Alright. Hurry up and give me the semi-finished Dao weapon, Lin Feng said. The corners of Jun Zihao's mouth twitched. He took out a treasure. It was a 7 treasures glazed pagoda. A 7-colored light swirled around it. It emanated powerful ripples of energy. It really is a powerful treasure. Lin Feng looked at the 7 treasures glazed pagoda in surprise. Actually, Lin Feng didn't lack powerful offensive treasures. What he lacked was a defensive treasure. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda was a defensive treasure. This treasure was extremely important to Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought of Sikong Jiayue's ancestral treasure, the Sky God Shield. Once it was activated, it could block the attacks of hundreds of experts. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda couldn't compare to Sikong Jiayue's ancestral treasure. However, once he refined the 7 treasures glazed pagoda into a Dao weapon, then, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda's power would be revealed. I'll take this treasure. You gave it to me willingly. Even if you go to the sect, they won't be able to sue me, Lin Feng said calmly. Willing? I was forced to do this, okay. Jun Zihao wanted to cry. He thought to himself that he would definitely report this to Lin Feng in the sect. At that moment, Lin Feng said, Hurry up and swear that you willingly gave the treasure to me, and you definitely won't report me to the disciplinary hall. If you dare to violate the oath, you'll die a horrible death. Cultivators would not casually swear an oath, because cultivators themselves were going against the heavens, seizing life from the heavens, and were not tolerated by the heavenly Tao. Once a cultivator made an oath, the heavenly Tao would sense it. If the cultivator violated the oath, the heavenly Tao would immediately send a tribulation to kill the cultivator. The heavenly Tao was eager for all cultivators to swear an oath and then break the oath, so that it could use the power of the oath to kill the cultivator who broke the oath. The heavenly Tao hated cultivators the most, because they defied the heavens and seized life, seizing the lifespan of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was not immortal. It would also age with the passage of time. The old heavenly Tao order was destroyed. A new heavenly Tao order would be born. When he heard Lin Feng asking him to swear an oath, Jun Zihao's face turned gloomy. If he swore an oath, he really would not be able to report Lin Feng. Then he would not be able to take back the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. However, Jun Zihao did not dare to resist. He gritted his teeth and swore to the heavens. I, Jun Zihao, swear to the heavens that I will definitely not report this to the disciplinary hall. If I do, may the heavens strike me with lightning, and I will die a horrible death. Then, a talisman condensed from lightning fell from the sky and flew into Jun Zihao's forehead. The oath was valid. All right, you can leave now. Lin Feng smiled slightly. The force that had been suppressing Jun Zihao's body also disappeared. Jun Zihao crawled up from the ground and glared fiercely at Lin Feng, but in the end, he did not dare to say anything. He did not want to stay here any longer, so he quickly left. Meanwhile, Lin Feng returned to his cave. Buying had a panoramic view of what had happened outside. She had not expected Lin Feng to be so strong. Jun Zihao was so powerful that he had been instantly suppressed. She finally did not have to worry about Jun Zihao's snooping anymore. As soon as Lin Feng entered, Bai Ying's sexy body had already taken the initiative to greet him, and she offered her red lips. She was too passionate. Lin Feng felt very helpless. Was this the second time he had been forced to kiss her? Lin Feng had been with many women before. Shang Wenfei was the type who wanted to reject him but also welcomed him. Shi Weizhu was the type who was very shy. There were many things that Shi Weizhu did not dare to do. As for Buying, she was the type who was as passionate as fire. She looked so pure and moving. He had thought that she was also a shy person. However, when she really wanted to give herself to a man, she was so passionate that Lin Feng could only smile bitterly. In the next few days, Buying had been adjusting her body. About 10 days had passed. On this night, Lin Feng planned to have his first dual cultivation with Buying. Although she had already had extremely intimate contact with Lin Feng, however, Buying was a virgin after all. Therefore, just as they were about to reach this step, Buying could not help but become very nervous. She closed her eyes and her delicate body trembled. Lin Feng said gently, "Although the first time will be a little painful, You will feel different if you endure it for a while. Bai Ying's face was so red that it was almost bleeding. Lin Feng said, "The dual cultivation technique focuses on the harmony of yin and yang. If the yin and yang are not in harmony, it will be a harvesting technique. For example, some male cultivators don't care if the female cultivator's body can withstand it. They absorb all the yin essence energy in the female cultivator's body into their own. If the female cultivator loses all her yin essence energy, I'm afraid it won't be long before she dies. There are also some female cultivators who practice the yang essence technique. They absorb the yang essence force of a male cultivator and devour it completely. The male cultivator will also die. The incantation I taught you a few days ago is a dual cultivation technique that harmonizes yin and yang. Do you remember how to use it clearly? If you don't remember it clearly, we'll do it next time. Your first yin essence energy was as boundless as the sea. If you don't know how to balance yin and yang, you won't be able to absorb the energy that surges into your body after the yin and yang harmonization." Bai Ying said shyly, "I'm ready." Lin Feng nodded. Not long after, Bai Ying transformed from a young girl to a young woman. Lin Feng and Bai Ying both circulated the yin and yang harmonization technique and absorbed the powerful and boundless energy. This yin and yang harmonization technique was a secret technique recorded in the archaic dragonesque elephant technique. It was a top-notch cultivation technique. Ordinary dual cultivation techniques could absorb 20% to 30% of the yin and yang harmonization technique. However, the secret technique recorded in the archaic dragonesque elephant technique could absorb at least 80% of the energy. After absorbing the yin and yang harmonization technique, Lin Feng's qi started to emit rumbling noises. A monstrous strength was exploding out of his body. Chapter 791. The dermic powers in his body began to transform again, becoming purer. This dual cultivation technique was indeed magical. Finding an excellent dual cultivation partner would definitely be of great help in improving one's cultivation. Lin Feng circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant art, and refined the yin-yang energy in his body. Boom! 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 The dermic powers in his body surged. There was a shocking change in Lin Feng's dantian. When breaking through to the fifth firmament of the yin-yang realm, the various divine powers he cultivated would condense into a large array and hover in his dantian. This was called a divine power array. When the divine powers condensed into a large array, their power would increase greatly. Now, all the divine powers that Lin Feng cultivated had condensed into a large array. All the divine power arrays revolved around Lin Feng's path of supremacy. Above the array formed by the Archean dragonesque elephant art, the phantom of the Archean dragonesque elephant appeared. Above the array formed by the sky tyrant lightning art, the phantom of the thunder god appeared. In Lin Feng's dantian, a total of 10 divine power arrays were condensed. These arrays were formed from the path of supremacy, archaic dragonesque elephant art, great heaven covering hand, sky tyrant lightning art, Tao character extermination, Tao character death, heaven splitting, sword intent, emotionless sword art, and sun moon wild blade slash. Now, these 10 divine ability grand formations were emitting powerful waves of energy. The 10 divine power arrays surged with astonishing power. The divine power array formed by the Archean dragonesque elephant art surged with the power of the Archean dragonesque elephant. The divine power array formed by the sky tyrant lightning art surged with the power of lightning. These different divine power arrays surged with different powers. And these different powers fused together. They formed a barrier. This was a divine power talisman. The sixth firmament of the yin-yang realm was called the Unity Realm. Dermic powers and essence souls fused into one, and then condensed into a divine power talisman. Now, Lin Feng had condensed a divine power talisman. The divine power talisman flew out and rotated in the void. It moved slightly. It was as if the void was about to split open. All of Lin Feng's dermic powers were condensed on the divine power talisman. Its power was naturally powerful. I finally broke through. Lin Feng let out a long breath. He put the talisman into his dantian. He looked at Bai Ying. At this moment, Bai Ying's eyes were closed as she refined the pure energy in her body. It wouldn't take long. Bai Ying should be able to complete her breakthrough. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Bai Ying had received a year's worth of cultivation time from Jun Zihao, but she had already used it up. Since Jun Zihao helped you register as a disciple, you're now a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. When you leave, you can go to the Supreme Mountain and stay there for a while, Lin Feng said. Bai Ying nodded. She knew that the Supreme Mountain belonged to Lin Feng. In the past year, Bai Ying's cultivation had improved rapidly. She was now at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Lin Feng sent Bai Ying out of the small world of time and continued to cultivate inside. Now, Lin Feng's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th sky of Yin-Yang realm. Next, Lin Feng prepared to break through to the 7th sky of the Yin-Yang realm. At this level, the talismans would condense together and transform into a golden core. Of course, it was very difficult to break through. It needed to be refined. Lin Feng was refining the talisman every day. It made the talisman even more powerful. The more powerful the talisman was, the stronger the golden core would be when he broke through to the 7th sky of the Yin-Yang realm. Similarly, the stronger the golden core. When he broke through to the 8th sky of the Yin-Yang realm, his strength would increase even more. Half a year later, a destructive wave came from the depths of the small world of time. This wave alarmed Lin Feng, who was cultivating in seclusion. What's happening? Lin Feng was shocked. He left the cave and went outside. He looked into the depths of the small world and was shocked. In the depths of the small world of time, endless demonic chi covered the sky. It was as if a peerless ancient demon was about to be born. Even though there was a great distance between them, Lin Feng still had the feeling that he was suffocating. Demon fetus. The demon lord had appeared in the demon pearl again. He was sitting on a grave and looking into the depths. Is the demon fetus the thing that caused the black fog in the depths? Lin Feng asked. Yes. The demon lord's answer was simple. How could there be a demon fetus in the Blue Cloud sect's small world of time? Lin Feng suddenly remembered that the demons had besieged the ancient man mining area because of the thing below. It was said that it was a demon. Later, it was taken away by the Blue Cloud sect. Could it be a demon fetus? What's a demon fetus? Lin Feng asked. Maybe it's a peerless great demon returning from its tribulation. Maybe it's a descendant of a peerless demon. Of course, it's also possible that it's a demon fetus born from the heavens. It's terrifying, the demon lord said. Such a terrifying thing. I don't understand why the Blue Cloud sect's higher-ups would bring it back to the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng frowned. Because of greed, the demon lord said. If they can control the demon fetus, they can obtain unimaginable power from it. But how can it be so easy to control? In the depths, 5 old figures were floating. The magic lotus could be vaguely seen in the endless black fog. The magic lotus was pregnant with the demon fetus. Now, the black fog was surging out of the magic lotus. The demon fetus was growing. Therefore, the old antiques of the Blue Cloud sect were about to lose control of the demon fetus. The 5 old figures attacked together, trying to suppress the demon fetus. Keek keek! Strange laughter came from the magic lotus. The demon fetus was growing inside, but it was unknown what it was. The demon fetus began to spin in the void. Bang 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 bang, the 5 old antiques were sent flying. Summon the clear sky seal! An old antique expert shouted in a deep voice. Then, the 5 old antiques burned their life force. Crack! The void split open. A palm-sized green seal flew out, emitting a green light that enveloped the demon fetus. The demon fetus struggled violently, but it was suppressed in the end. Let's go! The 5 old antiques took the demon fetus and the Blue Cloud sect's treasure, the clear sky seal, and quickly left. They entered a mountain range in the deepest part of the pocket world. This place was densely packed with formations. It was impossible to tell how many formations there were. The demon fetus was placed in the deepest part of the pocket world by the 5 old antiques. Countless formations were activated, suppressing the demon fetus. The 5 old antiques sat cross-legged in the void, channeling their magic power into the demon fetus. They wanted the demon fetus to sense their auras and familiarize itself with them. In the future, the demon fetus would no longer resist, and they would be able to devour its power. It disappeared. I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse? Lin Feng looked into the depths of the pocket world, and couldn't help but shake his head. Blessings and misfortunes came hand in hand. Chapter 792. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. The blue stone door opened, and Lin Feng walked out. After cultivating for 6 years in the small world, he had finally broken through to the peak of the 6th stage of the yin-yang realm. Next, he had to continue cultivating and prepare to break through to the 7th stage of the yin-yang realm. Although 6 years had passed in the small world, in the real world, only 6 months had passed. When Lin Feng entered the small world, it was winter. But now, it was summer. He could hear the chirping of cicadas. Congratulations, senior brother. Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, and the others had calculated the date and were waiting outside. Lin Feng nodded, then asked in surprise, "Why don't I see junior sister Shui Zhu?" Wang Hu smiled bitterly and said, "Senior sister Shui Zhu is currently sparring with senior sister Baiying, so she didn't come." Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. Previously, he had thought that if Baiying and Shui Zhu met, would the two of them fight because of him? After all, women were easily jealous. Now, it seemed that the two of them had really fallen out. "Let's go back and take a look," Lin Feng said. The group returned to the Supreme Peak. When they arrived at the Supreme Peak Square, they saw 2 beautiful figures fighting. One of them was using a long whip. The other was using a short blade. They were fighting fiercely. "Senior brother, I just remembered that I haven't fed the spirit beasts yet. I have to go feed them now. Goodbye." Wang Hu quickly found an excuse to leave. It was obvious that the 2 women were jealous of each other. And the main character was here. As for the others, why were they still standing there? Mo Yuning and the others also found excuses to leave. Only Lin Feng, Baiying, and Shui Zhu were left in the square. When they saw the 2 women fighting, Lin Feng rushed into the battlefield and separated the 2 women. "Move!" The 2 women snorted at the same time. Lin Feng said, "Swords have no eyes. If you accidentally hurt yourself and leave a scar, wouldn't you be ugly? It's none of your business." The 2 women snorted at the same time and walked towards the main hall where they lived. Shui Zhu and Baiying both moved lightly. They walked very slowly, hoping that Lin Feng would come up and coax them. But when he turned around, he found Lin Feng standing there like a block of wood. The 2 girls angrily stomped their feet and quickly returned to their respective palaces. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Both his palms and the back of his hands were his flesh. What could he do? First, he had to coax Shui Zhu. Baiying would definitely be angry. He had to coax Baiying first. Shui Zhu was also bound to be angry. Lin Feng could only choose not to coax either side and let them calm down. "I was thinking of having a one-man show tonight, but now it seems like I can only dream about it." Lin Feng sighed helplessly. It was not a problem for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. But there was no guarantee that women would be jealous. Lin Feng returned to the main palace. Wang Hu soon arrived at the main hall. "Did anything special happen during this period of time?" Lin Feng asked. Wang Hu said, "After senior brother entered the small world, Luo Xingtian asked the sect for senior sister Shui Zhu. He wanted her to go to his sacred sky peak to cultivate. Fortunately, senior sister Shui Zhu had broken through to the yin-yang realm at that time, so he didn't succeed." Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. Obviously, Luo Xingtian wanted Shui Zhu because he wanted her. Luo Xingtian and Huangfu Qingtian are good friends, but now he dares to covet my woman. He's courting death. Lin Feng's eyes flashed coldly. He said, Don't stop, continue. Wang Hu nodded and continued. Then, senior sister Baiying arrived. When she first arrived, she was still very close to senior sister Shui Zhu, but it didn't take long for the two of them to get into a huge fight. They would have a small fight every 3 days and a big fight every 5 days. When he said that, Wang Hu glanced at Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng's calm expression, he couldn't help but admire him. As expected of junior brother Lin. Not only was he strong, but he was also good at dealing with women. Lin Feng asked, "Is there anything else important?" "The other things are mainly the sex welfare, the planting of spirit herbs, and the rearing of spirit beasts," Wang Hu said. "You can deal with these things. Did junior sister Shui Zhu and junior sister Baiying choose to build a mountain?" Lin Feng asked. Grand Elder Guiyan sent people to ask, but they refused, Wang Hu said. Core disciples built mountains. But not all core disciples chose to build a mountain. For example, on Qingtian Peak, there were more than 10 core disciples besides Huangfu Qingtian. They didn't build a mountain and cultivated in Huangfu Qingtian's Qingtian Peak. This saved them a lot of trouble. Lin Feng waved Wang Hu away and walked towards Shui Zhu's residence. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng knocked on the door. Shui Zhu opened the door and snorted when she saw Lin Feng. She wanted to close the door and stop Lin Feng from entering, but Lin Feng picked her up by the waist. Lin Feng entered the room and closed the door. "Let go of me." Shui Zhu struggled gently. "Sure, I miss you so much." "Didn't you miss me?" Lin Feng said gently. Shui Zhu's heart softened when she heard these affectionate words. But then she thought about how Lin Feng and Baiying had been in the small world for so long. She couldn't help but feel jealous. She snorted. "Who are you trying to fool? Don't think I don't know that you and Baiying have been dual cultivating for a year. Baiying has a yin spirit body. Dual cultivating is very beneficial to her cultivation. She is indeed a pitiful girl. As her sister, you should be more magnanimous," Lin Feng said. "Are you blaming me for being narrow-minded? Put me down quickly and go find your Baiying. She's so sweet." Shui Zhu began to struggle again. When a woman doesn't want to be reasonable, it's useless to say anything. Lin Feng obviously knew this. The best way to conquer a woman was to conquer her body. Lin Feng carried Shui Zhu to the bed. Naturally, they would go to Mount Wu together and make love. In the evening, some people from the Supreme Peak prepared a simple banquet for Lin Feng after he came out of seclusion. Lin Feng told everyone at the banquet that he would be leaving the Blue Cloud sect soon to do something. He told everyone to cultivate well in Supreme Peak. Lin Feng didn't say what he was going to do, nor did he have any intention of letting anyone follow him. Shui Zhu and the others saw Lin Feng's serious expression and guessed that this matter was very dangerous. Shui Zhu and Baiying were still fighting. Now that they were about to separate, what was the point of fighting? They were all worried for Lin Feng. The two of them finally reconciled. This made Lin Feng very happy. When their relationship gradually warmed up, Lin Feng felt that if he mentioned the matter of 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes, the 2 women might not refuse. Just thinking about it was quite exciting. 3 days later, Lin Feng left the Blue Cloud sect. He wanted to return to the Eastern Divine Land. Firstly, Lin Feng had promised Han Zihua that he would refine a pill to save Han Zihua's wife. Lin Feng was a man of his word. Now that he was a heaven stage alchemist, he naturally had to help Han Zihua. Secondly, Lin Feng wanted to return to the Eastern Divine Land and think of a way to assassinate Du Gaotian. The revenge of the dead Lin family. The revenge of his third uncle. Lin Feng engraved it in his heart. Finally, there were still many people Lin Feng cared about in the Eastern Divine Land. For example, Shangguan Fair, Green Sky Peak. Huangfu Qingtian brought Lu Mingyan to the secret realm of heaven. Luo Shitian was temporarily in charge of the Green Sky Peak. After Lin Feng left, the disciple who was monitoring the Supreme Peak came to the Green Sky Peak to report this matter to Luo Shitian. After that, Luo Shitian gathered more than a dozen core disciples of the Green Sky Peak. Lin Feng has already left the Blue Cloud sect. Who will kill him? Luo Shitian asked. I have just cultivated the heavenly Dao Qianquan sword technique. I can use Lin Feng as a sacrifice to the sword, so I will kill him. Li Jianshao said. All right, then I'll have to trouble Junior Brotherly. Luo Shitian said with a smile. It's a small matter. Li Jianshao smiled, full of confidence. He bid farewell to everyone and left. A month later, Lin Feng passed through the magnetic fog lake. He arrived at the Eastern Divine Land. Today, when I return to the Eastern Divine Land, it will be the day of your destruction. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He spread his golden wings and flew towards Yuzhou City, which was the closest to this place. Swoosh! Not long after Lin Feng left, a figure chased after him. It was Li Jianshao. The Eastern Divine Land is the best place to kill this kid. It won't be easy for the sect to find out. Chapter 793. Carefree Town was a border town near Magnetic Fog Lake. People came and went, and it was very lively. Many cultivators would choose to rest in Carefree Town. Carefree Town even had branches for spirit array masters, alchemists, and mercenaries. Many cities might not even have branches for these three unions, but Carefree Town was different. It was clear how special Carefree Town was. Lin Feng arrived at Carefree Town, and the sound of hawking could be heard on the streets. There were also many cultivators coming and going. Lin Feng did not go to Magnetic Fog Town this time, because he planned to go to Gentleman's City to meet Han Zihua and fulfill his promise with her. Lin Feng stayed in an inn and planned to rest for the day. After taking a bath and changing into a clean set of clothes, Lin Feng walked outside. The lanterns were lit. The town was very lively at night. There were rows upon rows of shops on both sides of the street, selling all kinds of things. Of course, most of them were peddlers. Newly unearthed ancient treasures, come take a look, take a look. Lin Feng heard a familiar voice. He looked over, and his eyes lit up. Taoist Wu Liang. It was actually this guy. He was the successor of the mountain-moving Taoist. Many people surrounded the small stall next to Taoist Wu Liang. There were all kinds of bottles, jars, and broken magic tools piled up there. Many people were pointing and gossiping, discussing whether or not the various things that appeared here were worth purchasing. I want them all. Lin Feng walked out. Where are you from, kid? We came first, and we haven't picked anything yet. That's right, there should be a first-come first-serve rule, right? I want this, Taoist, hurry up and give me that rusty dagger. I want that jar with the dragon pattern. Many people stopped hesitating and called out at the same time. Taoist Wu Liang was happy. The things he sold were basically all fakes. The only time he made a mistake was when he sold the heaven-swallowing jar to Lin Feng. This made Taoist Wu Liang depressed for a long time. Lin Feng smiled and said, Seems like your business is good. It's all thanks to you. The boundless Taoist priest rolled his eyes. Lin Feng understood that the black-bellied guy was plotting something. Lin Feng smiled and said, My cultivation has increased greatly recently, and I was just thinking of finding a few idiotic thieves who have ill intentions towards me to exercise my muscles. Taoist Wu Liang grinned and said, Haha, benefactor, you are even more extraordinary than before. Which idiot would dare target you? Clearly, Taoist Wu Liang was not speaking from the bottom of his heart. He had always wanted to take back the heaven-swallowing jar, but now that Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly, Taoist Wu Liang felt that it was difficult to do so. Lin Feng said, Long time no see. How have you been, Taoist? The immeasurable Taoist snickered and said, Not bad. I dug up a few ancient ruins. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Mountain-moving Taoist, Xiao Zhonglong, and Tomb Raider. What were they doing? Grave robbers. The mountain-moving Taoist was ostracized by the orthodox Taoists because they often dug up other people's ancestral tombs. The ancient ruins that Taoist Wu Liang was talking about clearly referred to ancient tombs. It seemed that this guy had gotten his hands on quite a few good things. An ancient tomb that could attract the attention of a mountain-moving Taoist was definitely not ordinary. Let's find a restaurant and catch up, Lin Feng said. Thank you for your hospitality, benefactor. Immeasurable Taoist said. This fella had always been the type to take advantage of others whenever he could. Lin Feng did not care about this. He and Taoist Wu Liang walked towards a restaurant. At this moment, a cultivator walked towards them. He was wearing a bamboo hat. He was holding a treasured sword. He walked over step by step. Sword chi swirled around his body. The powerful sword chi formed sword intent. Many people were sent flying by the impact. So powerful. He actually comprehended sword intent. He's coming for you. Taoist Wu Yang's eyes were very crafty, and he immediately jumped out. He acted as if this matter did not concern him. Sword intent. What a powerful sword intent. This kind of sword intent. I'm afraid it's not any weaker than the sword intent that I comprehended. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He had comprehended the supreme sword intent with the 4 moves. Sword slashes heaven and earth, sword intent reaches the heavens, 10,000 swords return to the origin, 1 sword eternal. Lin Feng's sword intent was extremely powerful, but the sword intent of the person in front of him made Lin Feng feel shocked. It was obvious that his sword intent had also reached an unfathomable level. There are countless sword cultivators in the world, but those who can comprehend sword intent are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Li Jianshao, I didn't expect you to be able to comprehend sword intent. Lin Feng looked at the man who was walking towards him step by step. He slightly narrowed his eyes. Li Jianshao, a core disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. He was a sword genius and one of the core disciples that Huangfu Qingtian trusted the most. He had even accompanied Lu Mengyan to the ruins of God. Are you ready to die? Li Jianxiao's voice was cold as thousands of sword chi surrounded him. The sword intent was getting stronger and stronger. On the side of the street, there were countless shocked onlookers. This was because the sword intent that Li Jianxiao emitted was too powerful. It made countless people feel suffocated. The will of the sword Dao, he actually comprehended the will of the sword Dao, too terrifying. Some of the stronger cultivators looked at Li Jianxiao with horrified expressions. Even many creation realm experts might not be able to comprehend the will of the sword Dao. This required comprehension. You're too arrogant. Lin Feng shook his head. I'm confident. Li Jianxiao's voice was indifferent. I used the heaven and earth Qianquan sword art to enter the Dao and comprehended the supreme sword intent. Today, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to the sword and allow my heaven and earth Qianquan sword art to reach large success. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jianxiao pulled out his sword. Heaven and earth Qianquan sword art! With a loud shout, he slashed out with his sword. Everyone immediately felt it. Everything between heaven and earth had disappeared without a trace. In this world, only Li Jianxiao was the ruler and eternal. Countless cultivators even knelt on the ground and worshipped Li Jianxiao. This was the sword intent of the heaven and earth Qianquan sword art. Between heaven and earth, I am the ruler. That brat is dead for sure. Many people cried out in alarm. In their opinion, Li Jianxiao's sword technique possessed an unfathomable divine might. As for Lin Feng, he was destined to die under this sword. What a good heaven and earth Qianquan sword art! Your reputation as a sword genius is indeed well-deserved. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Li Jianxiao. Shua. Next. Everyone saw that Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. Between heaven and earth, there was only a ray of saber light and a ray of sword chi. It rushed up to the 9 heavens. The saber light and sword chi merged into one. It instantly slashed towards Li Jianxiao. Puff! A tearing sound was heard. When the glaring light dissipated, everyone looked over. Lin Feng's back was facing Li Jianxiao as he stood more than 10 meters away from Li Jianxiao. Is the battle over? Who won and who lost? Many people were puzzled. Why is it like this? Li Jianxiao muttered. For you, sword intent might be your strongest technique, but for me, sword intent is just one of the weakest techniques I have. Lin Feng's voice was indifferent. So that's how it is. Li Jianshao laughed bitterly. Puff! In the next moment, his body was torn into pieces by the saber light and sword chi. Broken limbs were strewn all over the place. The sword genius, Li Jianshao. Chapter 794. In a restaurant, Lin Feng and the Taoist priest were drinking. Lin Feng didn't care about killing Li Jianshao. Back in the day, you were wanted by the Eastern Prefecture, but you left. Now that you're back, it seems like you're going to stir up trouble in the Eastern Prefecture. Wu Liang narrowed his eyes and said, My goal is to destroy Aotian Ancient City, Lin Feng said. Taoist Wu Liang was so scared that his whole body trembled, and he almost fell to the ground. Aotian Ancient City was one of the 10 great ancient cities in the Eastern Prefecture. It was very powerful. Are you sure you're not joking? Aotian Ancient City has many strong cultivators, especially the city lord, Dugaotian. His cultivation level is unfathomable. If I'm not wrong, Dugaotian should be a creation realm cultivator, Wu Liang said. Of course I know that. We can definitely destroy Aotian Ancient City. Lin Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Wu Liang rubbed his chin and said, If we can really destroy Aotian Ancient City, I'll go dig up the Duga clan's ancestral graves. Even if I don't do it, the Tomb Raiders and Qiu Zhonglong will benefit from it. Lin Feng was surprised. Didn't the Tomb Raiders and Qiu Zhonglong disappear a long time ago? That's just a rumor. The truth is that the mountain-moving Taoist clan is about to disappear. We've been ostracized by the Orthodox Taoists, and we've been besieged by the so-called righteous sects. We've suffered great losses, and I'm the only one left in my generation. Taoist Wu Liang sighed. Lin Feng suddenly understood why Wu Liang liked to dig up the ancestral graves of the so-called righteous sects. Actually, with Wu Liang's abilities, he could have gone and searched for ancient tombs or even immortal caves. However, Wu Liang had gone to dig up the ancestral graves of the great sects, which probably had something to do with the fact that his clan had almost been exterminated. Wu Liang's ancestors had died tragically, and he had been filled with hatred, so he had dug up the ancestral graves of the great sects to take revenge. At that moment, immeasurable Taoists continued. Right now, General Qiu Zhonglong has around a few hundred disciples. As for the Tomb Raiders, there are many of them, and they're all in groups. Oh? Did the Tomb Raiders form a group? There are so many people? Lin Feng was shocked. This is related to the origin of the Tomb Raiders. You should know about the Great Qin Empire, right? Taoist Wu Liang said. Lin Feng nodded. The Great Qin Empire was one of the 4 ancient empires of the central continent. It was as famous as the Great Xia, Great Zhou, and Great Shang. After all, this was a famous ancient force. In the ancient times, there were constant battles. The Ying family started to fight for supremacy, and they became more and more powerful. However, as they fought, they consumed a lot of resources. Gradually, the Ying family couldn't take it anymore. At that time, there was an expert in the Ying family who liked to study Qi-men dodging techniques, the 5 elements, the 8 trigrams, and so on. He formed a team and named it the Tomb Raiders. Then, that expert led the Tomb Raiders to go underground and steal treasures from ancient tombs to support the Ying family's expansion. The Ying family became more and more powerful until the Great Qin Empire was established. Taoist Wu Liang began to talk about the origin of the title of Tomb Raider. Lin Feng asked. Were the Tomb Raiders a group? What happened to the Tomb Raiders after that? Wu Liang sneered. After the Great Qin Empire was established, they knew that they couldn't leak the fact that they had been excavating ancient tombs, so they ordered the execution of all the Tomb Raiders. Hiss, what a great move! How ruthless! Lin Feng gasped. Taoist Wu Liang nodded and said, However, the Tomb Raiders are all capable people. Although many of the first batch of Tomb Raiders were killed, there were still some who managed to escape. That's why their orthodoxy continued to be passed down. Now, there are 9 branches of the Tomb Raiders, and all of them have been passed down since ancient times. What about Qiu Zhonglong? Lin Feng asked. It's a Tao system that only appeared after the end of the ancient times. At the end of the ancient times, there was a great war between gods and devils. Countless gods and devils died, and many graveyards were built in many places to bury gods and devils. These graveyards needed people to guard them, and those who guarded them were called Qiu Zhonglong. They spent their days with the corpses of gods and devils. Originally, they were supposed to guard the corpses, but these Qiu Zhonglong stole the blood of gods and devils. Some Qiu Zhonglong even dug out the bones of gods and devils in order to find the inscriptions in the bones. That's why, among the mountain-moving Taoists, Tomb Raider, and Qiu Zhonglong is the most shameless, treacherous, and despicable person. When the immeasurable Taoist mentioned Qiu Zhonglong, his gaze was filled with disdain. However, Lin Feng could tell that Wu Liang was gnashing his teeth. Could it be that Wu Liang had suffered because of Qiu Zhonglong? Of course, Lin Feng didn't ask, as he didn't want to bring up Wu Liang's sad past. The two of them chatted as they ate, and they seemed to be getting closer. Lin Feng continued to ask, "Why did you come here? What's the matter?" Wu Liang lowered his voice and said, "There's an ancient tomb here, and an ancient devil is buried there." An ancient devil? Lin Feng was startled. That's right. It's said that it's a celestial devil. I came here to excavate this celestial devil tomb. Wu Liang explained. A celestial devil! Celestial devils were the most terrifying kind of devil, and they lived in the outside world. In the Middle Ages, celestial devils had invaded the Tianwu continent and caused great suffering. Lin Feng hadn't thought that there would be a celestial devil tomb here. A celestial devil that could travel from the outside world to the Tianwu continent had to be at least a god. Therefore, the celestial devil tomb was extremely valuable. If he could excavate the celestial devil tomb, he would be able to obtain unimaginable benefits. A celestial devil tomb? If you follow moving mountain Taoists to excavate the celestial devil tomb, you might be able to obtain a celestial devil stone in exchange for a chance to help you. The demon lord transmitted his voice to Lu Yun. Lin Feng nodded. He looked at Wu Liang and said, "Taoist, isn't it too dangerous for you to go to the celestial devil tomb alone? I'll go with you. Two people are always safer than one." Wu Liang pursed his lips and said, "Forget it. Excavating a tomb isn't something an ordinary person can do." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Taoist, please take a look." Wu Liang looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng tapped the table lightly with his right hand, and the wine in the cup transformed into a water dragon that circled in the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. "Dragon search formula?" Wu Liang's mouth twitched violently. He then cursed. "It must be that Fire Qilin by your side who taught you the dragon search formula. That bastard promised me that he wouldn't teach it to anyone else. If I see him, I'll skin him alive." Chapter 795. The dragon search incantation was something the Fire Qilin had obtained from the immeasurable Taoist. Later, it was passed on to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the immeasurable Taoist and asked, "Can I go to the heavenly devil tomb with you now?" The immeasurable Taoist nodded. "Let's rest for a day. We'll set off tomorrow." That night, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on his bed and took out Li Jianxiao's storage ring. In Li Jianxiao's storage ring, the cultivation method of the heaven and earth sword technique appeared. It was an ancient sword technique, so it was no wonder that Li Jianxiao had been able to comprehend sword intent. It seemed that Li Jianxiao was also a person with great luck. Perhaps he had obtained this sword technique from the ruins of God. What an impressive cosmic sword technique! Lin Feng began to comprehend the worldly sword technique. The might of this sword technique was not inferior to the four forms of the sword technique that he had cultivated. If he could successfully cultivate it, then Lin Feng's understanding of the way of the sword would be even more profound. The next day, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist headed to the Heavenly Devil Tomb. The Heavenly Devil Tomb was located in the Heavenly Devil territory. It was a dangerous place, and it was rumored that a heavenly devil had fallen here, which was why the place had become a land of death. Not only were there terrifying creatures in the heavenly devil territory, but it was also said that there were also some evil spirits gathered there. Therefore, very few cultivators went there. 10 days later, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist arrived at the heavenly devil territory. From a distance, they could see 9 mountains surrounded by a ghostly fog. Lin Feng said, "This is the terrain of 9 dragons surrounding the moon. It's a peerless treasure ground that can become a dragon vein. It's most suitable as a burial ground, so why is it so ghostly? Could it be because of the heavenly devil tomb?" Upon seeing this, Lin Feng could not help but frown. The immeasurable Taoist nodded. It should have been a treasure ground, but the heavenly devil tomb changed the direction of the earth veins. Lin Feng used the dragon search incantation and said, "I used the dragon search incantation to deduce that the entrance to the heavenly devil tomb should be between the 6th and 7th mountain range." Taoist Wu Liang nodded and said, "Let's go and take a look." The two of them entered the mountains together. Screech! Just as they arrived at the 2nd mountain range, ghost fog surged toward them. Within the ghost fog, malicious ghosts bared their fangs and brandished their claws. It really is an evil place. The sun is still high up in the sky, but there are already evil spirits causing trouble. Ordinary martial king cultivators will die if they encounter these evil spirits. Lin Feng was just about to exterminate these malicious ghosts. The immeasurable Taoist stopped him. "Hold on." Lin Feng stopped and looked at Taoist Wu Liang in confusion. At this moment, Taoist Wu Liang took out a black porcelain jar. He opened the jar and devoured the malicious ghosts one by one. The remaining malicious ghosts screamed in terror and fled into the distance. "Ghost raising jar? Are you raising evil ghosts?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. This was the method of the ghost path. It was extremely strange. If the people of the righteous path saw it, they would definitely not tolerate it. Taoist Wu Liang said, "I obtained a precious treasure of the ghost path. I collected these malicious ghosts and raised them for a period of time to repair the treasure. The ghost path has always been strange. Be careful not to be countered by the treasure." Lin Feng warned him. "I have countless methods. How could I be countered by a mere ghost path cultivator?" Taoist Wu Liang said with a very arrogant expression. Lin Feng shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. He and Taoist Wu Liang arrived at the area between the 6th and 7th mountain ranges. As soon as they arrived, they heard a loud rumbling sound coming from the depths of the mountain range. A dense army rushed out. These soldiers were all wearing golden armor and holding large swords. There were at least 1,000 of them. They were all 3 meters tall and had terrifying auras. "Who are these people?" Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. These people didn't come with good intentions. They were filled with killing intent. "They're not people. They're beings that General Qiu Zhonglang scattered," Taoist Wu Liang said. "Kill!" Over 1,000 golden-armored soldiers shouted and waved their swords as they charged forward. Their terrifying killing intent condensed together, as if they wanted to tear apart the world. Beings become soldiers. This was a divine ability that General Qiu Zhonglang had mastered. It was similar to how the moving mountain Taoist had mastered many secret techniques, such as the dragon's seeking art. General Qiu Zhonglang naturally had many secret techniques as well. "Remove mountain moving!" Taoist Wu Liang roared. He stretched out his hands and grabbed. A mountain range that was more than 10 miles long was suddenly grabbed by Taoist Wu Liang. This was the legacy of the moving mountain Taoist. Move mountain moving. Naturally, it could remove mountains. Taoist Wu Liang grabbed the huge mountain range and used the dragon-seeking art with his right hand. Groan. A loud dragon's roar resounded through the sky. The mountain that Taoist Wu Liang had moved turned into a huge dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The huge dragon roared and swung its huge claws at the golden-armored army that was charging over. "Remove mountain moving." The legacy of the moving mountain Taoist is really amazing. When Lin Feng saw Taoist Wu Liang's might, he was secretly shocked. Taoist Wu Liang usually didn't seem very reliable, but he was indeed very powerful. Bang bang bang! After an intense battle, the golden-armored warriors were all sent flying. The golden light dissipated. The golden-armored warriors turned into beans and fell to the ground. It really is General Qiu Zhonglang's beans becoming soldiers. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. This General Qiu Zhonglang's methods were also very strange. The golden-armored warriors were about to be beaten back to their original forms by the mountain range dragon. Suddenly, a huge golden palm appeared and grabbed at the mountain range dragon. Crack! The mountain range dragon was actually cut in half. Tomb Raider, gold-breaking hand. Taoist Wu Liang couldn't help but snort coldly. Lin Feng was shocked. Even the Tomb Raider had come. There were many legacies of the Tomb Raider. There were 9 of them, each with their own abilities. Clearly, the Tomb Raider who had come here was from the gold-breaking sect. Breaking meant breaking. Gold meant the treasures in the tomb. The gold-breaking sect meant to stop others from obtaining the treasures in the tomb. Since no one else could obtain the treasures could only be obtained by the gold-breaking sect. Rock Dragon's breath. Taoist Wu Liang shouted coldly and formed hundreds of seals in succession. The mountain range dragon turned and spat out a dragon's breath at the huge golden palm. Bang! The huge golden palm exploded. The mountain-moving Taoist legacies are indeed extraordinary. A delicate shout rang out. Then, the ground split open, and a young girl wearing tights walked out. Behind her were more than 50 black-clothed people. Clearly, this was the descendant of the Gold Breaker branch of the Tomb Raider. What was slightly surprising was that such a young girl had come to lead this operation. It seemed that this girl's abilities were quite extraordinary. Crack crack! Suddenly, the mountain peak 1,000 meters away split open. He saw an old man wearing the uniform of a general sitting cross-legged on the ground. General Qiu Zhonglang. Chapter 796. Taoist Wu Liang, long time no see. Your cultivation has improved. Qiu Zhonglong opened his eyes and walked out of the cracked mountain. The mountain closed again. On the other hand, Taoist Wu Liang tossed the huge mountain back to its original spot. Old man, you're not dead yet? Wu Liang pursed his lips when he saw Qiu Zhonglang, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes. It seems like you've all come because you know about the Heavenly Devil Tomb, said the young girl. Xiao Qian, said the girl. Shui Xiao Qian, it's been so many years, but you're still dressed like an innocent girl. You're an old woman who's been cultivating for hundreds of years. Aren't you embarrassed to dress like that? Said Wu Liang sarcastically. He looked at the leader of the Tomb Raiders and couldn't help but pout. Shui Xiao Qian smiled coldly. I've lived for 5,000 years, and I've only been cultivating for 400 years. Of course I'm young and pretty. She then looked at Lin Feng, who was standing next to Wu Liang, and said, What? Does your mountain-moving Taoist have a new disciple? I remember that you once found 3 successors, and each of them died a miserable death. The Heavenly Demon Tomb is filled with danger. Are you bringing this brat here to send him to his death? Qiu Zhonglang laughed strangely and said, He doesn't look like a disciple to me. He looks more like a cultivator who was tricked into coming here to be cannon fodder. Wu Liang rolled his eyes and said, What are you talking about? Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Shui Shaoqian said, We don't have time to quarrel with you. We've already explored this place. The Heavenly Devil Tomb isn't here. Below us is a place of absolute danger. It's a yin-yang tomb. Fortunately, we were vigilant, or we would have died inside. Yin-yang tomb? Wu Liang frowned slightly. Lin Feng's heart shook. He had naturally heard of the yin-yang tomb before. The yin-yang tomb was actually 2 tombs. One was yin, and the other was yang. The yang tomb was outside, so it was easier to find. However, the yang tomb was actually a fake tomb. It attracted people, but danger lurked everywhere inside. Once one entered, it was very likely that one would die. The yin tomb was a real tomb, but it was very hidden. It was extremely difficult to find it. This was the yang tomb. After entering, Qiu Zhonglong and the tomb raider almost died inside. Fortunately, they had been traveling underground for many years and had many tricks up their sleeves, so they were able to escape in time. Taoist Wu Liang observed the surrounding mountains and said, 9 dragons encircling the moon. Could the Yin tomb be in the depths? Let's try again. Shui Shaoxian said. The Yin Yang Feng Shui technique of the tomb raiders was similar to the dragon's searching formula in that it could be used to search for ancient tombs. General Qiu Zhonglong's lineages, Chiman Bagua technique, could also be deduced. Don't do anything. We need to have a backup plan. The other 2 sides aren't easy to deal with, Taoist Wu Liang whispered. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. He could feel that Qiu Zhonglong's cultivation was unfathomable. Most likely, Taoist Wu Liang had suffered a loss in the hands of Qiu Zhonglong before. That was why he was so fearful. As for Shui Shaoqian, she wasn't a simple person either. Besides, Shui Shaoqian had too many people on her side. Although the other tomb raiders weren't as strong as Shui Shaoqian, they still had their own skills. Taoist Wu Liang used the dragon's searching formula to search for the Yin tomb. In the end, he discovered that the place he was searching was still the intersection between the 6th and 7th mountain ranges. General Qiu Zhonglong and Shui Shaoqian had also determined the location of the tomb. Strange, very strange. It's actually difficult to determine the location of the tomb. It seems that this Yin tomb isn't simple. Taoist Wu Liang frowned. The Yang tomb is between the 6th and 7th mountain ranges. According to the heavenly stems and earthly fiends, 6 and 7 correspond to 9 and 5, respectively. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. 9? 5? Taoist Wu Liang, General Qiu Zhonglong, and Shui Shaoqian frowned and muttered the words, 9 and 5. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. 9. 5. Paragon. The 3 of them seemed to have thought of something and quickly moved towards the intersection between the 5th and 9th mountain ranges. Let's see if we can find anything here, Taoist Wu Liang said. Then, they began to search for the tomb. That's right. It should be here. Even though it's hidden very well, there's still a trace of qi leaking out, Taoist Wu Liang said. Open! Shui Shaoyan shouted. A pitch-black hole appeared in the ground. She and the tomb raiders group rushed in. General Qiu Zhonglong's method was even stranger. He turned into a black flame and drilled into the ground. Let's go too. Taoist Wu Liang jumped into the ground as well. Earth escape! Lin Feng naturally knew this technique. The Yellow Emperor's divine dragon fists and the 5 Emperor's dragon fists belonged to the earth element. It also contained a secret technique for earth escape. Swoosh, 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 everyone rushed towards the depths of the tomb. After diving to a depth of 10,000 meters, they finally saw a huge pitch-black light barrier appear underground. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, everyone jumped into the light barrier and landed on a huge square. General Qiu Zhonglong smiled and said, That boy knows how to destroy the heavens and destroy the earth. I'm quite surprised. We all know that too, but we didn't think of it immediately. That boy is quite smart. Why don't you join the Tomb Raiders group? We'll definitely train you well. Shui Shaoqian narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Feng. I'm not interested in tomb raiding. I just came here to find some treasures to use, Lin Feng said indifferently. Shui Shaoqian and General Qiu Zhonglong sneered. Did he really think that the ancient demon tomb was a place to enter? If he wasn't careful, he could die there. Shui Shaoqian and General Qiu Zhonglong thought that Lin Feng wouldn't have a good ending for underestimating the heavenly devil tomb. They ignored Lin Feng and walked towards the depths of the tomb. Lin Feng naturally knew that these people were underestimating him, but that was better. The more they underestimated him, the better. The more likely he would be to make a fortune. When everyone entered the depths of the square, they saw a huge altar in the depths of the square. There was a coffin on the altar. Boom! Suddenly, the lid of the coffin was kicked open. An endless amount of demonic fog surged out. A 3-meter tall being walked out of the fog step by step. A terrifying and evil aura emanated from the being's body. It was hard to imagine just how powerful the being's cultivation was. A heavenly devil. It's actually a heavenly devil. Run! When they saw the being appear, Taoist Wu Liang, General Qiu Zhonglong, and Shui Shaoqian all cried out in fear and turned to flee. A heavenly devil? That's a heavenly devil? Lin Feng's hair stood on end. He naturally knew how terrifying a heavenly devil was, so he didn't dare to stay. He turned around and fled. However, the heavenly devil was too terrifying. The demonic fog enveloped them. One tomb raider after another was instantly devoured. Their bodies exploded, turning into a bloody fog that was devoured by the heavenly devil. Lowly humans, you are all my food. The heavenly devil let out a low roar. The demonic fog transformed into 4 demonic hands that grabbed at Lin Feng and the others. The 4 demonic hands emanated an aura that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. It was hair-raising. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Lin Feng saw the other 3 demonic hands grab Taoist Wu Liang, General Qiu Zhonglong, and General Shui Shaoqian. It's over. Lin Feng's face paled. He realized that he couldn't escape.